We have one item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, reporting out of closed session this evening. The only item, the motion is that the report be received and that confidential direction to staff be confirmed.
Thank you. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Kim. Comments? Questions? Seeing none. Mr. Clerk, I'll call a vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Record vote for the only item of council reporting out of closed session. Councillor Gartner, how do you vote? Councillor Gartner, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Mayor Marakis?
Yes.
Councillor Kim?
Yes.
Councillor Humphreys is absent. Councillor Gilliland? Yes. Councillor Gilliland votes yes. Councillor Gallo?
Yes.
And Councillor Thompson? Councillor Thompson votes yes. The motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Confirming bylaw. Someone like to move that? Councillor Kim, seconded by Councillor Gallo. Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Hey, motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Gartner, seconded by Councillor Kim. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, the time is 7:02 on Tuesday, February the 15th, 2022. Is everybody okay? Yep. I'd like to call this general committee meeting to order. First, we'd like to start by acknowledging that the land on which we live and work is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee and the Wendat peoples whose presence here continues to this day. Aurora is part of the treaty lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaties First Nations. We acknowledge and thank them for sharing this land with us. A shared understanding of how rich cultural heritage that has existed for centuries and of how our collective past brought us here to where we are today will help us walk together into a better future. So before we begin, I'd like to approve the agenda. I may have a motion to waive the rules of the procedures and add delegation 6.5, 6.6, and 6.7 to the agenda. We need 2/3 majority. Moved by Councillor Humphrey, seconded by Councillor Kim. Any questions or comments? Seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Any declarations of pecuniary interest and any general nature thereof? Seeing none. Community presentations. We have one community presentation this evening. Community presentation is Brian North representing the South Lake Foundation regarding the 2022 Nature's Emporium Run for South Lake. Welcome, please, if you may. Is he here? Oh, yes, he is. Welcome, please state your name and be reminded you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor Marakis, Aurora councillors and staff, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for allowing me to join you tonight. My name is Brian North, and I'm here as a volunteer on behalf of the South Lake Foundation staff and the organizing committee to once again ask for your support of the Nature's Emporium Run for South Lake. South Lake is a busy hospital, with these past couple of years being extremely difficult at our hospital and for our hospital and our staff. For 100 years, South Lake has shown a passion to care for our communities. From our beginnings as a 6-bed care home, South Lake has evolved to become a 500-bed regional healthcare center that provides leading-edge hospital services. South Lake is building healthy communities through outstanding care, innovative partnerships, and amazing people. South Lake is our hospital. It is where our friends, families, neighbors, and community members go to receive leading-edge care close to home. Whether it's the birth of a new baby, complex cardiac care, cancer treatment, or emergency visits, South Lake is proud to serve our communities with state-of-the-art procedures that improve patients' lives every day. The Nature's Emporium Run for Southlake is one of the ways our communities fund the tools and equipment needed. By registering for this event, you'll be supporting the most urgent needs for patient care. From basic needs like beds to cutting-edge equipment like an MRI and enhanced spaces, you can help our expert frontline staff provide our communities with the best possible care right here close to home. This year's event will be both virtual for the month of April and in person on Sunday, April the 24th, allowing the community to join at their own comfort level. As you are aware, our communities are growing. Southlake is looking to the future to ensure we continue to meet the needs of our community. But as our community leaders, you know we can't do this alone. Events like the Nature's Emporium Run for Southlake allow us to raise money and bring the community together to run towards a common goal. I, as a citizen of Aurora, am proud of the continued efforts and support for the run by both the community of Aurora and, of course, Mayor Marakis, council and staff with the Mayor's Challenge. In 2019, I came before you to challenge you to bring the trophy back to Aurora, which you not only succeeded in doing, but have held on to it since that time. In 2021, your efforts resulted in 53% of the funds raised by the N6 Mayor's Challenge. Congratulations, let's do it again. I am once again asking you to join us on April 24th or virtually for the month of April to run or walk with our community to raise money for our hospital. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. May I have a motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Humphreys, Mayor Marakis, any comments or questions for the delegate? Councillor Humphreys?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Brian, for delegating this evening. You've been such a tried and true member of the Southlake Committee, and it's just an honor for us to participate. I'm very proud of the town of Aurora, and I know Mr. Mayor and councillors and staff here have had a lot to do with the success. And I know we're going to do it again. And I have to challenge, I know the mayor will be, other municipalities to try and compete and come close. So anyway, I just want to thank you very much. I think one of the things that I was really surprised about when I was originally part of the committee years back is, it's hard for some public to remember and think that, equipment has to be funded by fundraising. It's not given by the government. It's everything in that hospital is by the generosity of people who want to support the hospital, their local hospital or Southlake. So for me, it's also a very personal thing. And I do believe that it needs more and more support, and especially now after these really difficult 2 years. So thank you very much for your great representation and never-ending motivation and energy. Again, I'm really thankful for that as well, and looking forward to a successful campaign and fundraising effort this year. So I just wanted to comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you for your continued support.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. And Brian, thank you for being here. And to all members of the committee, I know how much work goes into organizing this event. And I think it's just fantastic that we're back in person again this year. I know it's always been a well-attended event, and look forward to seeing everybody out there again this year and being part of Team Aurora and once again, bringing home the municipal trophy to the town of Aurora, and look forward to seeing you in person soon. Take care, Brian.
Look forward to it. Thanks, Michael. Michael also has worked on the committee in the past, and I thank you for that. I just want to add quickly, I know I'm speaking out of turn here, but John Furman from your staff helps us on our committee. He sits on the committee and does an amazing job for us. So I just want council to know John Furman of your staff is a vital part of our committee.
Thank you very much, Brian and Councillor Thompson. Councillor Gartner.
Thank you. You know, Brian, I think you've been coming for so many years. Thank you to infuse us with your spirit. I think to many people in the community, you are the face of South Lake for this event. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Mayor Maracus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Brian, I'm just going to echo sentiments around the table. The work that you and the entire committee have done, I think, over the last 2 years to ensure that this event continues and the funds that are much needed by our hospital continue to flow into the hospital to allow them to be able to purchase the much vital equipment that is needed to help the residents within all of our communities. So thank you for all that work. And as you said, you challenged us back in 2019. We've held on for 3 years straight. And I can tell you and I can assure you, from my perspective, we're going to do it again because I know Team Aurora is extremely dedicated when it comes to raising funds for our hospital, from council to staff to the residents in our community. And we're going to do it again. And we're going to make sure this whole term we go undefeated and bring that cup home one more time. So thank you again for all you do. And thank you to the community for all that they do to ensure that we continue to support our hospital.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Maracus. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Brian, for everything you do. I mean, you're kind of like the Rod Black of Aurora Newmarket in that, Mr. Black does marathons, covers basketball, hockey. You seem to be the face of the United Church, the Canadian Cancer Society, South Lake. You're everywhere. And so thank you. And all the committee members who put in their own sacrifice, their own time for this. We have a very generous catch basin in Newmarket, Aurora, and King, and EG, and others. But it's becoming a crowded space when you have a lot of organizations in need. So thanks for everything you do to provide necessary funding for our hospital.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Any other comments? Seeing none. Well, Brian, thank you so much for coming. I always appreciate it when you come and you speak about this run. I think people are going to be really excited that we can actually get together and do this run outside and support our hospitals for all good costs. So thank you again for all your hard work.
Thank you for having me.
Okay. We are going to move to number 6, correct? Delegations. We have 7 delegations this evening. I understand that there's been a request for 6.2 and 6.3 to reverse their speaking orders. But in the meantime, we're going to start with number 1, 6.1, which is George Populus, resident, regarding municipal tree removal request. Please state your name and be reminded you have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Hi, everybody. So good evening to the mayor and all the councilors. Thanks for Brian for setting the tone for me. I've never done this before, so I was a little nervous, but Brian kind of set the tone there for me. So good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me here. I know this is a relatively small matter when it comes to the things that you guys are dealing with in the community, and the last couple of years have brought a lot of challenges. So thank you for hearing me about this. I'm basically only looking for a reasonable resolution for this. In the grand scheme of things, I like nature. I bought a house here in Aurora recently, moved in December. I'm backing onto a wooded lot, which is great. So I'm not adverse to trees or wildlife in any way. I actually welcome it and I enjoy it. The problem just becomes that the current tree that's being used for streetscapes on my street, and it's not just my home, mine just seems to be bearing the most crab apples and the most fruit this year. These trees are out in front of many homes, and my personal issue for my situation at my address is that this tree is creating not only a lot of mess in front of my house, dropping crab apples that are rotting on the sidewalk and creating red stains everywhere, and people are walking on it, dogs walking by. It just creates a really ugly mess, and it gets into the cars in the house. It actually attracts a lot of birds that fly over the area and are leaving droppings on my vehicles, which is not good for the paint, obviously, and it's hard to get car washes all the time in the winter, and things can get damaged like that. So as I said, these are minor inconveniences in the grand scheme of things, but nonetheless something I'd like to try to remedy. So I did put an application for this tree to be removed with the Aurora town of Aurora. I spoke to a gentleman who's an arborist named Ian Bryant. Ian came by my house and looked at the tree. And the application we made that this is not a suitable tree for streetscapes. The application was denied. So that's why I reached out to find out how to appeal and maybe get on this general committee to appeal to all you very nice people and just maybe ask what the next steps are, or if there's a remedy here. So for me, the tree, if a tree is suitable for streetscapes, my argument, for lack of a better word, would be if we put one of these trees on every boulevard across the entire town of Aurora, city of Aurora, what would it look like when all these trees started bearing their fruit and dropping their fruit? Now, I understand trees have to drop leaves, some drop fruit, some drop different things. So if this was a treescape, a streetscape type of tree, should it be dropping this type of material? Now, if you put these all over Aurora, it'd be very messy. A lot of cleanup would cost people a lot of money. So for me, my reasonable resolution to this is if I'm allowed to remove this tree, I would plant a mature tree in its place that I believe is a more suitable tree for streetscapes. It would be something that would match the area and look nice. I wouldn't plant a baby tree. I would undertake the cost myself. Or maybe you guys have an idea of maybe you guys will replace it because you agree with me. I don't know. At the end of the day, I'm just looking for a reasonable resolution to this so that I can move forward without having this mess and potential damage to property and vehicles. And it would just be nice if I could remove it and replace it with something that better reflects what I think the definition of streetscaping should be on the boulevard. So I wasn't just going to cut it down. I definitely went through the proper channels and wanted to make sure I'm doing things the right way. As I said, I just moved here. I want to be a responsible resident. And, anyway, I know you guys are busy, so I don't want to take up more of your time. So that's basically my piece. And hopefully maybe we can have a conversation about it.
Thank you very much, George.
You're welcome.
May I have a motion to receive the comments of the delegation? Councillor Humphreys, second by Councillor Kim. Any comments or questions? I see Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for delegating this evening. I really appreciate it. It's not easy, and you did a great job. So don't be nervous, and totally respect, you as a homeowner and some of the challenges that come along with different types of trees and type of aggravations. Did you say it was a crabapple? It was a crabapple, right?
It's a crabapple tree.
Right. Yeah, because I used to have one of those. They look beautiful when they flower, and then they become a little bit of a maintenance type of issue. I will refer to staff in terms of more information later on, but you did say that if you were to remove this tree, that you would be willing to replace with a mature tree, same size. And would you consider doing a bit of an arborist report yourself in terms of what kind of a tree you would plant and how you would go about doing this? I just would like to understand from your perspective, because I have to be open with you. I love protecting trees and all different kinds of trees, but I want to hear your perspective because I like to understand your concerns and see what we can discuss around the council table.
Yeah, no, if the tree was located on my actual property, not near a sidewalk, not near the road, not near the driveway, no problem. It's light cleanup, as you said, you just kind of manage it. So for a backyard or somewhere on the property, it would be a welcome addition. The reason why it becomes a problem is just because of the location of it being on a boulevard as a streetscape. it just becomes a bit of an issue that, with the vehicles so to answer your question, yeah, I would be open to replacing the tree with something that's of similar nature, of similar look. The size of the tree would definitely be within, the parameters of what's there now, or other similar trees of that age in the neighborhood, or on the street. To look into it further, I have Ian Bryant's, who's the arborist for the city of Aurora, or town of Aurora. I could contact him and ask him, his professional opinion of what would be a suitable tree to replace it for that location. So I understand your position as well. I like trees. Being backing onto the moraine lands here and having protected and covenants for trees, I totally get all that. I'm not looking to cut down 100 trees and build a hockey rink somewhere in the back there. It's just one tree, and I would definitely be totally fine with replacing that tree with a tree so that the look and the neighborhood maintains intact, and we're not losing trees and losing vegetation here, because I know it's important to protect it as well.
Great. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your feedback, and looking forward to hearing a little bit more and to discuss a little bit later. Thank you very much.
Perfect.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you for being here as well. Just want to get some clarity in terms of your conversations with staff. You had indicated that you spoke with Ian Bryant and put in an application to have the tree removed. Were you talking to staff as well about this proposal to replace the tree? And if so, what was their thoughts or comments?
No, you know what? That was that I kind of saved that for tonight to bring that as a possible resolution. So that's why I mentioned I could contact Ian at some point and discuss. But look, I've had trees on other properties, and I know if it is removed, we can put something there, and obviously take the necessary care to make sure that it grows and thrives on the property. So I haven't really spoken about that suggestion. It was more about how do I get to the point of maybe getting approval. If he had said I can remove it myself, then I would have done that and replaced it. But it was indicated that the application was denied. So I guess then I don't know what the next step would be. I could contact Ian, or you guys could let me know. Obviously, I'm not 100% sure, but we could contact Ian and then ask his opinion, so that we have an open commentary with the people in the right places to make those decisions. So I definitely could contact him, and then we could reconvene, I guess, and I could give you his thoughts, or I'm not sure how the best way to do this.
No, I appreciate your willingness to try and find a reasonable solution. I will share with you that typically when these kind of requests happen, council will discuss it at the end of the agenda under new business. And if it's the decision of council, we usually ask staff to bring a report and just give us all the details, and then we would debate it. But that's something that will happen under new business later this evening. So
okay.
I don't think that at this point, there's a need for you to contact Mr. Bryant, and council will discuss it later and figure out what the next steps are, and somebody would let you know. Okay,
that's fair. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. I was going to say the same thing, that come new business will probably be the time that council will probably ask staff for a report or some more information. So just let that sit until then. Councillor Humphreys, a second time. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Councillor Gallo had his hand up. Thank you. Just a minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, George, for the
You're welcome.
presentation. I looked through the delegation request, and I didn't see an address for your home.
Yes, 152 Willis Drive. That's at Henderson and Bathurst.
Okay, that was it. I just wanted to take
Perfect.
a look and see what it looks like. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Councillor Humphreys for a second time.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. And not to be repetitive, but I thank you for Councillor Gallo asking for the address. I was curious about that as well. And I do, at the end of this, as you mentioned, so the resident doesn't have to hang on for the whole night. But I would be interested in hearing staff's feedback on this, and if there is a potential opportunity for a replacement that's maybe suitable, but in terms of maturity, it would be nice to have, if it does go through, matching, equal to. But thank you. Sorry, I should have canceled my name.
Great. Thank you so much, Councillor Humphreys. Thank you so much, George.
All right. Thanks everyone for your time.
All right. Take care.
All right. Enjoy. Have a good night.
You too. Okay, so up next, we're going to have Delegate 6.3. Oh, I'm so sorry. If we can accept the comments received by the delegate tonight, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you. All right, sorry about that. We're going to move on to Delegation 6.3 as per request, which is George Suplias, resident regarding item 9.1 PDS 22002, applications for zoning bylaw amendment and site plan control, LMB Aurora Inc., northeast quadrant of Wellington Street and John Westway. Please welcome and state your name and be reminded you have 5 minutes. George?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, great. Sorry about that. I wasn't sure what was going on. I couldn't hear anything. But yes, thank you for accommodating the order tonight. And I like to speak to the Wellington John Westway proposal. And if I may start.
Yep, absolutely. You're up. You have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. Sorry. Good evening, Mayor Maracas, councilors, staff, and everyone. My name is George Skoulikas. I'm a resident of Aurora and president of HFARA. At the June 2019 public planning meeting, the applicant's planner described the proposed development as partially on floodplain. Slide 1, please. In my opinion, this statement is highly misleading. As you can see, LSRCA's floodplain map places the subject site approximately 85% on floodplain. Official Plan Policy 12.6.2 relating to hazard lands such as floodplains states that development shall be directed away from hazardous lands adjacent to rivers and streams, and new development and site alteration will generally be prohibited in areas that are subject to flooding. Given the fact that adverse weather events are expected to increase due to climate change, I believe we should take notice of what these policies are aiming to achieve. In fact, the official plan review presentation on January 11, 2022, policy direction and recommendations under the section of climate change specifically mentions the need to avoid flood-prone area development. Yet, here we have an application for a high-rise residential building within floodplain. Mayor Maracas has recently stated several times that our OP is the most important document that a municipality has. It sets out the terms by which we can protect our environment, protect our heritage, and protect our rights as a municipality to ensure that we develop our town in a way that meets the expectations and overall vision of our community. The mayor has also stated, if you don't put together the proper policies in place, then what you do is you open yourself up as a municipality to overdevelopment, for abuse of our environment and destruction of our heritage. Still, we have an application before us proposing overdevelopment, abusing the environmental policies that protect these lands, and further ignoring our official plan, but we're all okay with it. In other words, the official plan, the most important document our municipality has, is not worth the paper it's written on. The Intact Center on Climate Adaptation warns that intense rainfall events combined with aging municipal infrastructure, increased urbanization, and a lack of flood protection measures have resulted in losses in billions of dollars for Canada's insurance companies, governments, homeowners, landlords, and tenants over the past decade. It is my understanding that the applicant's proposing a cut and fill operation where soil is removed or cut from the east side of the area and placed and filled to raise the subject site on the west side. I'm not an engineer, but I have a question. I have to question whether this will compromise the longer-term stability of the land against the existing properties to the east, as the cut area ground level will be approximately 5 to 6 feet lower than before, and I would suspect prone to increased risk of flooding and soil erosion. The reforestation plan is helpful, but saplings won't stabilize these steeper than before slopes, especially in the initial years of implementation. I'm also very troubled by LSRCA's condition of site plan approval document, in which LSRCA states that the owner must agree to indemnify and save harmless the town and LSRCA from all costs, losses, damages, judgment, claims, demands, suits, actions, or complaints resulting from any increased flooding or erosion to property and people as a result of the approved stormwater management scheme. That is quite the statement. So if the town of Aurora and LSRCA take no responsibility, who then takes responsibility for potential damages? How will this affect local residents? Finally, the staff report indicates that this application represents good planning. Respectfully, given the evidence, I'm of the opinion that it is quite the opposite. In conclusion, Mayor Maracas, councilors, if you truly believe that the OP is the most important document we have, then I urge you to listen to what its policies are aiming to achieve. Please uphold it now and reject this application with its current form. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. I may have a motion to receive and refer these comments of the delegation to item 9.1. Mayor Maracas, second by Councillor Thompson. Are there any questions for the delegate? Councillor Gartner.
Thank you, George. I'm not sure I understood what you said at the beginning. That map you showed of the hazard lands of the floodplain, is that from the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, that map is produced by Lake Simcoe, and it shows the flood zone for that area. It is produced by Lake Simcoe, yes.
And so, I'm sorry, I'm just looking in that section in the official plan that you were talking about hazard lands. So in our OP, we are referring to the map that the Conservation Authority establishes of these lands?
Not through you, Madam Chair, not necessarily. In the OP, you have the environmental protection zone, which mirrors somewhat the flood zone area or the regulation area that's produced by, or that's regulated by Lake Simcoe. But the OP specifically has a environmental protection zone map that basically, shows that the majority, similar to the Lake Simcoe map, the majority of the site is environmental protection. Traditionally, sorry, I was just gonna say that traditionally the two maps or the two areas are about the same. So in other words, it is my understanding that the EP zones throughout the community, throughout the town of Aurora, mirrors where it relates to areas where there's water, because that's what Lake Simcoe regulates. The two zones or the boundaries are very similar.
Thank you, thank you. That is partly my question, but when I'm looking at the OP, it says the precise location of hazardous areas will be established to the satisfaction of council and the appropriate conservation authority. So that map you showed us would be the map that the conservation authority has produced and that presumably the town would agree with.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is my understanding as well, but the official plan specifically has the EP zone. And if you look at the staff report that was produced for tonight, there's one figure, I believe it's page 49 in the agenda, There is a official plan EP map.
Thank you. And they would, as you said, they would be very much the same, if not exactly the same as the conservation.
That's my understanding, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Gartner. Councillor Gallo?
I don't have any questions. I will be asking some of the concerns that you brought up to staff later on, but I just did want to thank you and the rest of the group for your commitment and the work that you put into this. It's remarkable how much time and effort that was dedicated to this to try to get it right. And I know that's your intent. So I just want to thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Councillor Humphreys, first time.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Mrs. Clackus, tonight for delegating. Appreciate the in-depth perspective and concern. This development, is the latest, but we've had several come before us. In your opinion, what would be an appropriate, if you were to consider the area for development, what would be appropriate? There was one proposal. It was almost like a strip type plaza with rental 1 or 2 on above, I think was the last one before this one. In your mind, would that have been a more appropriate? Just wondering from your perspective.
George?
Through you, Madam Chair, with all due respect, I know it's a private property, but in my opinion, that parcel is almost 100% floodplain, and we should not be touching floodplain. We should not be building a floodplain. So I would say it would, if there's a way that we can preserve it as a neighborhood park or make it part of the arboretum, then that would be the preferred choice. I don't think we should be developing, on that corner, on that property. Just because it's within the town boundaries, it doesn't mean that every single property is developable. There are properties that are not developable. Now, I disagree with the plan, but that's just because we should be avoiding, in particular, we should be avoiding environmental protection and floodplains. We shouldn't be touching those areas.
Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Any other comments or questions? No? Seeing none? George, thank you so much. Really appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. All those in favor? Opposed? It carries. Thank you very much. We'll be moving to 6.2, which we reversed from 6.3, which is Wendy Kenyon, a resident regarding, again, 9.1 PDS 22002. That's the northeast quadrant of Wellington Street and John Westway. Welcome, Wendy. If you wouldn't mind stating your name and be reminded you have 5 minutes for your delegation. Is she here? Welcome, Wendy. You could please just state your name and be reminded that you have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Thank you. Good evening, members, councillors, staff, everyone. I'm Wendy Kenyon, resident of Aurora, VP of HFARA. Slide 1, please. When I first heard about this application, my immediate reaction was to wonder how the Conservation Authority would ever be able to approve it. The official plan designation map shows that most of the proposed area of disturbance is within an environmental protection area. In 2019, the Conservation Authority did, in fact, instruct the applicant to relocate the development outside of the significant woodland and wetland and their respective buffers in the fill area and outside the meadow marsh and buffer in the cut area. The applicant was also asked to demonstrate conformity with section 12.5 of the town's official plan. This relates specifically to environmental protection areas, prohibiting new dwellings, site alteration and development within wetlands and species at risk habitat, and also prohibits the same on lands within 120 meters, unless it's shown there'll be no negative impacts on the natural features or their functions. Slide 2, please. But things changed. You can see here in diagonal shading the proposed encroachment areas and in blue, removal of a wetland. And I'm just showing here the building envelope, not the cut area. So the applicant did not relocate the development. Instead, ecological offsetting was applied, allowing the developer to encroach into and remove areas of wetland, woodland, and buffer zones, and in return commit to creating new wetland in the cut area, planting new trees, and for a 50% offsetting credit, remove some Phragmites. The downfall of this is that it still represents an immediate crisis for existing wildlife, faced with sudden and often prolonged habitat loss. Offsetting is a controversial practice because you can't just rip up ecosystems and relocate them with ease elsewhere. They're complex and interconnected. So I have to ask, is there no other way to restore and enhance the remaining natural areas we have other than to sacrifice parts of these areas as collateral damage? The staff report states the subject site and cut and fill area have not identified any wildlife disturbance. The planner for the applicant justified this statement by saying work would not take place during nesting and breeding season. But we know from the threatened barn swallow incident on the Shining Hill lands that despite regulation, this sometimes does happen. And what about the rest of the time? Wildlife's still there. Even the applicant's environmental impact study refers to removal of portions of wildlife habitat and negative effects to wildlife during the construction phase due to noise, dust, and physical disturbance. That sounds more plausible to me, and for sure, that's disturbance. There was also a comment that the land is of low ecological function, but I would question that based on the fact that we already know that at least one species at risk was omitted from examination in the applicant's environmental report. Perhaps other species were missed, particularly as basic surveys, such as those for breeding birds and amphibians, were apparently deemed unnecessary. The environmental impact study concludes that it demonstrates conformity with applicable natural heritage policies, but respectfully, I disagree. The provincial policy statement, which represents minimum standards, says that development or site alteration is prohibited within significant woodland and adjacent land unless it's proven there will be no negative impact. It also says that natural features and areas shall be protected for the long term. The PPS is very specific about the importance of language in its policies, meaning that the requirement to demonstrate there will be no negative impact means exactly that. Yet the impacts listed in the applicant's EIS are vague. For example, encroachments are not anticipated to impact the functions of the natural heritage system. The wildlife corridor function is not expected to be adversely affected. Temporary disturbance should not negatively affect the watercourse over the long term. Finally, the ecological offsetting policy says development or site alteration must comply with the PPS and the town's official plan, and that the no negative impact test must be satisfied. I believe the applicant has so far failed to comply not only with the PPS, but most importantly, the town's official plan, because neither of these regulations rely on the premise of should when it comes to environmental protection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kenyon. May I get a motion to receive and refer the comments of the delegation to item 9.1? Councillor Humphreys, second by Councillor Mayor Maracus. Perfect. Any questions for the delegate tonight? Councillor Gartner.
Thank you. Did you say that there was a species at risk that was omitted in the report?
Indeed, and I believe that the next delegate is going to
Okay.
be speaking of that. But yes, absolutely.
Which one was that?
It's the species at risk special concern snapping turtle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Any other questions or comments for the delegate? Seeing, Councillor Gallo, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Wendy, for once again thorough research on this. Could you just go over with me again the compliance or lack of compliance with the PPS? And is there any similarities that you could see with the lack of compliance, as you mentioned, and maybe historically the Henderson Forest, and any relation with the two?
That's a good question. Thank you. Well, the PPS says that there has to be no negative impact to the significant features. And in this case, according to the environmental impact study, there are a number of natural heritage features on that property. We're talking about significant woodland. There are some wetland areas, and of course the valley land, the watercourse. We've got the East Holland River running through north westwards through to the Arboretum. So this is an important area, and the PPS recognizes, and in fact it says that these are minimum requirements. The PPS expects municipalities to use that as the base level, and hopefully, I'm sure, go above and beyond that. But in terms of compliance, again, the PPS has a specific section about the importance of language, and it says that there are some policies that are encouraging, but there are other policies that specifically say, don't do this. And with regard to the no negative impact tests, the impact on the environmental features and their functions, then it's very explicit. It's saying there should be no negative impact. And from what we are reading in the environmental impact study, there is a suggestion that there may be negative impact. It might be okay. It's anticipated it should be okay, but the provincial policy statement demands more than that. It wants assurances that the environmental features and their functions will be protected, and also for the long term as well.
Councillor?
Okay, thank you. I'll be furthering that discussion once we get into the report with staff as well. Thank you again for everything.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none. Ms. Kenyon, thank you so much for delegating tonight. Appreciate again all the hard work, and the mapping was very detailed. And we'll definitely refer that to the item and have a discussion at that time. Thanks so much. Next up is delegation. Oh, all those in favor to receive the comments? Opposed? That carries. Thank you. Delegation 6.4 is Maricela Soceda, resident, regarding item 9.1, PDS 22002, for the same application on the northeast quadrant of Wellington Street and John Westway. Welcome, Maricela. If you wouldn't mind stating your name and be reminded you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor Maracus, councillors, everyone. My name is Marcela Soceda, and I live in the Wellington Lanes area of Aurora, right by the Arboretum. As many of you know, I'm one of a handful of local turtle volunteers, so I was quite concerned by the following comment made in staff's January GC report. The subject site and cut and fill area have not identified any wildlife disturbance. I read through the environmental impact study submitted by the applicant, and this is what I found. Slide 1, please. In 2018, the MNRF wrote to the author of the environmental impact study. This letter contained a list of species at risk that had the potential to occur on the subject lands. Included in this list was the snapping turtle. I find it odd as to why this information was not included in the subsequent examination of potential wildlife. After all, this is a wooded wetland area close to where the East Holland River flows in a valley land dividing the proposed areas to be cut and filled. Every other species listed in MNRF's letter was duly noted in Beacon's environmental report. What happened to the snapping turtle? As a result of this omission, the potential effects on this special concern species weren't addressed. This is hugely concerning because the area to be disturbed and in some cases removed include marsh, swamp, wetland within a wooded area. Earthworks will also temporarily encroach into the buffer for the watercourse during the cut and fill operation. If you're wondering why I'm so concerned about a species that, according to the MNRF, only has the potential to occur on the lands, I'd like to show you a photo taken in June 2021 by one of our turtle volunteers. Slide 2, please. The photo shows an adult female walking eastward post-nesting on one of the pathways along the Tim Jones Trail, a pathway that will be removed to accommodate the proposed development. So yes, snapping turtles are there. And if anybody drove through the intersection of Wellington and John West Way at the corner of Tim Hortons, you would have seen a nest, a turtle nest that for the turtles, for the hatchlings that eventually emerged from that spot, from this snapping turtle that you just see in this picture. And you can also talk to the town staff at the senior center, and they will tell you about how this snapping turtle returns on a yearly basis to this area, looking for an appropriate spot to nest. The EIS has to demonstrate that there will be no negative impacts to the natural features or their ecological functions. I think it's reasonable to conclude that the woodland, wetland, valleys, and watercourse function as turtle habitat. Since the EIS is a study meant to identify the existing conditions and assess the impacts, I would ask, how can you assess the impacts if you don't properly assess the existing conditions? As it's designated of special concern suggests, snapping turtles are already under stress as a species. Special concern is defined as a species that may become threatened or endangered due to a combination of biological characteristics and identified threats. In this case, the biological disadvantage is that it takes nearly 60 years to replace one adult. Therefore, the loss of even one can significantly impact a local population. I understand that there will be restoration work, including new wetland once the fill is removed, and that 5 basking logs will be added. The irony of this is because the already struggling local snapping turtle population fails to survive this aggressive development project, those basking logs may remain empty. A stark reminder that we can't just keep doing what we're doing and expect wildlife to withstand the continued wave of assaults. To conclude, I'm disappointed that the negative impacts to a species at risk have been excluded from a study meant to assess such impacts. Now, we reference the official plan. It says that site alteration and development is not permitted within a habitat of special concern species. It also says that the applications must demonstrate no negative impact to the natural heritage features or their ecological functions. Since it is likely that these lands also function as snapping turtle habitats, and since potential impacts have not been addressed in the EIS, in my opinion, the proposal has failed to demonstrate no negative impacts. And in conclusion, does not comply with the town's official plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maricela. I appreciate your words. May I have a motion to receive and refer the comments of the delegation to item 9.1? Councillor Humphreys, second by Councillor Kim. Do I have any questions or comments for the delegate tonight? Councillor Gartner?
Not a question, but comment. You know, thank you so much for your work. I didn't thank George and Wendy. Apologize for that. You're a newer face to council, and I thank you. It's And I know you're involved with the turtles, so thank you for that work as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gartner. Any other comments or questions? Nope, I just have one. You did have a photo there of the turtle at that trailhead, and I just wanted to know specifically, where that was located, an aerial kind of view on that. Was it on the direct property? Like,
Yeah, that is exactly the trailhead that would be disturbed on this property. So it's right across the from the parking lot of where Fishbone is, Tim Hortons, from that plaza, right on the opposite side. There's a trail that leads you down to the river, and that's where that's its actual area where it comes from.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I just wanted some clarity on that. Appreciate that. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming tonight and delegating. Your comments will be received and referred to the item when we speak to it. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. On to delegation 6.5 is Joanna Fast, Evans Planning, representing L&B Aurora Inc. regarding items 9.1 and 9.2, PDS 22002 and 026. Applications for zoning bylaw amendment and site plan control, L&B Aurora, northeast quadrant of Wellington Street and John Westway. Welcome, Joanna. If you wouldn't mind just stating your name and be reminded you have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Chair, members of committee. My name is Joanna Fast. I'm a planner with Evans Planning, and I'm here tonight on behalf of L&B Aurora Inc. Before I get started with my delegation, would it be possible to request some additional time if needed? I might take longer than 5 minutes, but I want to be thorough in my presentation. Would that be all right with the committee?
I'm sure that once we get to that time, we'll just stop and we'll just do a motion to extend. So you can start.
All right. Can everyone see my presentation on the screen?
Yeah.
So back on January 11th, the General Committee considered a staff report from planning for a residential development at the northeast corner of John Westway in Wellington. I made a short presentation or a delegation and answered a few questions, but then there were quite a few questions raised when it was discussed in the committee session. So given the number of questions that were raised, I'm going to try and provide as much information tonight as I can. So the applications for consideration by the committee are for a zoning bylaw amendment and site plan approval to permit a 6-story market rental apartment building. The apartment building will consist of 150 apartment units that are intended to be marketed to seniors and empty nesters. As you can see from this slide, the building is well designed with the use of modern glass elements, as well as traditional red brick components to match the character of the area. As required by the official plan, the building steps back at the 6th story and has a different glass treatment to visually reduce the massing of the 6th story. The proposal has a high quality urban square featured at the corner. This is also consistent with the vision of the official plan. The square features decorative paving, a trellis, tables and seating, a glass awning, and enhanced landscaping. It should be a very attractive pedestrian space. The rooftop amenity area proposes a green roof over half of the rooftop area, with the other half acting as outdoor amenity area with seating areas, a small play area, and attractive landscaping. As Councillor Gallo commented at the January 15th meeting, the proposed building does not contain any ground level retail. As per the policies of the official plan, retail is encouraged in the Promenade General designation, but not required. With our applications, we submitted a market impact assessment, which concluded that the site is surrounded by convenience retail uses, and the same type of convenience retail uses on the site would have trouble securing tenants since the area is already well serviced by commercial plazas. I'll show a context plan later in my presentation to illustrate the commercial opportunities in the area. This page shows the site plan from an aerial view. You can see the green roof area on top of the building. It will contain flows from the 5 mm rain event and reduce stormwater runoff. Other stormwater runoff from the site is directed to a series of tanks at the northwest portion of the site. Water is treated in those tanks, and then it's released into a bioretention facility. And it'll be further treated in that facility, and then it slowly infiltrates into the ground. On site, you can see that we are proposing 42 parking spaces at ground level and 140 spaces underground. Again, going back to the January 15th comment about retail at the ground level, if we were to have ground level retail on site, that would require or generate a requirement for an additional 72 parking spaces on site. And that would even go higher if we had some form of restaurant use on the site. Due to the soil conditions at the site, we don't have great soils. The costs to go underground and also due to the floodplain considerations for this site, we can't feasibly go any deeper for further underground parking. All of council is familiar with the location of this site. It's an excellent gateway location to the promenade. It'll round out the development at the four corners of John West Way in Wellington. You can see that there's a large open space area to the north and a treed area at the easterly edge of the site, which consists of Scots pine. Looking at the context of the area, you can see the three corners at the intersection have commercial plazas, and there's a very large commercial strip along Bayview Avenue, all within walking distance of the site. All of council is familiar with this site being so close to Town Hall. You'll also be aware of the 5- and 6-story apartment buildings that are just up the street from where our site is located. This page shows the site's location within the Aurora Promenade. Development in the Promenade general designation is permitted up to 5 stories, with a 6th story permitted through bonusing.
Joanna? Sorry, you're just at 5 minutes, so I'm just going to ask for a motion to extend. Would 5 minutes be enough for you?
I think so, yes.
Perfect. May I get a motion to extend for 5 minutes? Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Humphreys. All those in favor? Perfect. That carries. You can continue.
So as Councillor Gallo recalled at the general committee meeting back, at a general committee meeting back, an application back in 2013 was approved by council for a 1-story retail plaza on the subject property. The OPA applied a site-specific policy, which took off the development policies of section 11.6.2 of the official plan, and that refers to the height, certain provisions for height and density, angular plane, urban design, etc. And those weren't specific to the commercial application. And so these policies currently do not apply to the property, but the subject development is complying with all of those policies, even though we're not required to. I should also note for Councillor Gardner's benefit that there was never any formal site staking exercise for the environmental features for the commercial development application. We actually completed a freedom of information request so that we didn't have to do a site staking. We found out that one wasn't done for the previous application. And so through our applications, we staked the environmental features with the Conservation Authority. And so we have a defined limit now for the EP zone land. So we're rezoning from a commercial designation C4 and bringing it into a residential apartment zone with the green area being the environmental protection area. I'd also like to remind council that the site is located within a major transit station area where intensification is encouraged, given its proximity to the GO station. I'm now going to take you to show you some views on Google Earth. This was a really neat exercise. Our architect was able to put our rendering on Google Earth, and I could look at different views. So this view shows the site looking in a northeast direction. Unfortunately, our landscaping doesn't show up, so the trees here in the daylight triangle are still there. You can see our building, the Amber Hill Way townhouses behind Town Hall, and the 5- and 6-story apartment buildings further along John West Way. This slide shows our building looking in an easterly direction. Our driveway is lined up with the Tim Hortons drive-through, our entrance and exit. This view looks generally from where the backyards would be of the Amber Hill Way townhouses, and this is what they would be looking at across the valley. This is a view from behind Town Hall. It's sort of a lifted view. Town Hall is right here, and here's our proposed building. This is a view from the Home Depot and commercial area that's along Bayview Avenue. Here's our site back here. You can see the 5-story apartment building up here, the Amber Hill townhouses, and the valley back in here. And here is the site looking along Wellington, looking in a westerly direction. Quickly, I'll just address the cut and fill. I do have our engineer available to answer questions this evening. So I will just keep this very brief, saying that the fill area is blue and the cut area is orange. This is a wetland compensation plan for the cut area. I do have my ecologist available this evening to answer questions from council. So I will again keep this slide brief, just saying that these are all the wetland plantings. We're removing the Phragmites in this area. We're improving the biodiversity of this area by all of these enhancements and plantings. This is tree plantings and shrub plantings that are occurring within this area. And then here is the edge management planting plan on our site. We are proposing the bonus 6th story as permitted by your official plan. We are proposing almost $500,000 in bonusing. Those will go towards trail improvements, the Petch House, or contributions to upgrading the Petch House, and as well as further cash contributions to be used in the area as the town determines. So lastly, I'll just summarize with the positive attributes. It's consistent with provincial, regional, and town policy. It provides rental housing that will be marketed towards seniors and empty nesters. It has a green roof. It provides the town with a very high quality urban square at the corner that the town and the region commented were exceeded their design standards. We're in an MTSA where intensification should take place, and we're providing almost $500,000 in bonusing, which will benefit the immediate area. So I really hope that council is as excited about this development as I am. We have 2 positive staff reports from planning staff, and we work diligently with the LSRCA, the Arboretum, the town, and the region, with all of those departments signing off on this plan.
Thank you, Joanna. Thank you. I've let you go a little bit over the 5 minutes, but I think we've got everything. If you just want to quickly just circle up, that would be great.
So I'd just like to remind council that I'm available and my consultants are available to answer any questions. So if we could be kept in the waiting room and brought back if you have any specific questions of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fast. Appreciate that. May I have a motion to receive and refer the comments of the delegation items 9.1 and 9.2? Moved by Councillor Gartner, second by Councillor Thompson. Any questions for the delegate? Councillor Thompson, sorry, Gartner.
Thank you. Ms. Fast, did you have the floodplain calculation yet?
Through the chair, yes, I do have the floodplain calculation. So are you looking for the area of the cut and fill?
Councillor?
Well, I'm looking for the calculation before and after, yes.
Ms. Fast?
Okay, I'm going to ask our engineer if she is available, Ms. Amber Palmer from Stantec, and she can discuss the cut and fill specifics with you.
Palmer?
Good evening. Through you, yes, the cut and fill volumes were provided within a plan and report, functional servicing report for the application. So the net cut proposed on the east side of the Holland River is 3,166 cubic meters, and the net fill that is proposed within the site is 3,123 cubic meters for a net cut of 45 cubic meters.
Councillor?
So what was the floodplain area before and what is it after?
Sorry, I was talking about volumes. As far as areas, Joanna, did I give you that specific area separately?
Just give me one moment.
Ms. Palmer, I don't know if you can put your microphone a little closer. You sound a little bit further. That's much better. Thank you.
Okay.
So if on your screen, let's see if I can pull this up a little more. Oops. There we go. So right now, the existing regional flood line is this red line right here. So we have 0.7 within 0.7 hectares within the existing flood line. And when we do our cut and fill, this is the proposed new flood line in blue, and it will be 0.32 hectares.
And then the other area bubbles to look at the top end of the plan show the total area within the larger area.
Right. So the existing within the floodplain is 0.38 hectares, and then, oh, sorry, existing is 0.38, and then afterwards it's 3.08 hectares for the total valley area.
Sorry, I'm confused. So the 0.7 hectares and the 0.32 hectares?
You're the chair, that is for the site only. And if we're looking at the entire valley lands, then the before versus after condition of the floodplain would be 3.38 to 3.08. So the floodplain is getting slightly less because we have what's called a net cut. We're cutting slightly more than what we are filling.
Councillor?
Thank you. I have a report here. It actually was 2011, but it was also on the 2021 Stantec report. And the total volume of cut is going to be, according to this report, 3.168 meters cubed. And the fill is going to be 3.123. So that leaves a negative 45 meters cubed. So there's going to be more cut than there is fill.
That is correct, yes.
So more will be cut out of the valley land.
Just very slightly, yes.
And
that,
where?
Pardon me, that cut and fill balance. I should also mention that this cut and fill plan is not something new. It was something that was considered all the way back in 1990 for this valley area. And some of the works were completed but never finished. And so with the previous application, they also considered cut and fill, and that application was approved by council for the commercial plaza. And we are also considering the cut and fill and finishing the works within this valley land that were originally contemplated in terms of the cut and fill.
Thank you. And the cut is going to be, can you just show me once again where the cut area is from?
The cut area is in here. Oh, pardon me. The cut area is in red and the fill area is in green.
So the cut area is backing onto the residence on the east side
That's
and
correct.
the north side.
Yes.
So that's going to be lower than it is at the moment.
It matches into existing grade along the property line, and the new flood line will go from the red line to the blue line.
Right. So there'll be more of a slope now.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thanks.
Counselor, you're good?
Oh, yeah, that's all I have. Thanks.
All right, perfect. Counselor Thompson.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Ms. Fast. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the history of this site and what was approved back in 2013, but I just was hoping you could provide some context between what was there then and what there is now, if possible. But back in 2013, council approved a change to the OP as well as a change to the zoning to permit a one-story retail strip plaza of approximately 14,000 square feet. And that strip plaza had the same similar design, that sort of that L/V shape to what you're proposing today, as well as similar placement onto the property. While that plaza was just going to be one story and you're proposing a 6-story residential unit, I just want to compare, I guess, the shape and size of that strip plaza to your, I guess, ground floor of this building itself. So if that strip plaza was going to be 14,000 square feet, do you know roughly how many square feet that ground level is? Just, I'm curious to know whether it occupies the same footprint approximately.
Ms. Fast?
Through the chair, if you just give me one moment, I'll pull up our site plan and I'll just find the ground floor area. So the coverage of the building is 2,707 square meters. So that would be the ground floor area, I'm assuming.
But 21,000 square feet?
27,000. Square meters. So yeah.
But I only know it in square feet. Can we do the conversion? So the other one was 14,000 square feet. I'm guessing 2,000 square meters is 21,000 square feet, 22?
Yeah, about that. Oh, it's not coming up. Okay. So it's 29,000 square feet.
So it takes about twice as much size. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've had a bunch of questions that came out of the previous delegations. I was going to ask staff, but I'm hoping maybe you could have some answers as well. One of the ones they had mentioned was that, and it's just words, but sometimes they matter. It was described at some point, perhaps in the previous, in January, that this property is partially on a floodplain. And they had showed some maps from LSRCA that showed about 85% is on floodplain. I just want your opinion on that. I'm sure we all agree that 85% is something is probably not regarded as partially, but maybe their 85% is incorrect.
Ms. Fast?
So through the chair, the mapping that was showed by the previous delegate, I believe is the regulation mapping from the LSRCA. And that mapping shows, it includes the floodplain, but it would also include a buffer area to those lands. And any of those lands in that area would require a permit for any development or site alteration application. So I believe that that's where that mapping came from. The mapping that was previously shared on screen, and I'll bring that up again. So this right here is the existing floodplain, the red line. And the mapping that would be in the LSRCA mapping that was shared it's not verified on site. It's generated by computer models, so it's not 100% accurate.
Councillor?
So do you have a percentage of the property that is on floodplain? They say it's 85%.
I would say that's probably accurate looking at this.
So 85% on floodplain.
Currently.
Okay. So partially is probably not the best word to describe that, but we'll leave that. Is it true that the Stantec Stormwater Management Report uses the cut and fill from 2011? Is that the latest report regarding cut and fill?
Ms.
Chair?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask Amber Palmer from Stantec to answer that question, please.
Ms. Palmer?
Through the chair, I can confirm that the floodplain cut and fill analysis was redone with the most recent grading design for this application. We have included the original 1990 permit application for the cut and fill that was done within this general area. So there has always been, through that first initial application, a proposed cut area on the north side of the river and a proposed fill area on the south side of the river. Not all of that work, as Joanna had mentioned earlier, was completed as part of the original grading exercise. And so through an application in 2011 and through these subsequent applications, we are proposing to complete the cut and fill grading exercise. The most recent analysis was basically re-verified through the latest design work that we have completed.
Councillor?
Just a confirmation that it's not the 2011, it's been upgraded.
It has been.
The current application. Okay, thank you. Could someone just speak to the previous delegation's comments regarding no negative impact, and that it has to meet that test? Could someone speak to that?
So through the chair, I'm going to ask that Jean-Christophe Demasiac be allowed to answer this question. He's our ecologist for the project.
Mr. Demasiac.
Yes, good evening through the chair. So I can answer different questions if you want, questions regarding the snapping turtle if you want, but more globally, the question regarding net negative impact resulting from the project. So it is true that the project is encroaching into partially into woodland and also removing a wetland. But it's important to mention the context. If you look at an air photo, for example, dated 2027 or 25, you will see that the proposed, the subject property is a meadow, a field, an anthropogenic, even an anthropogenic area with no trees. So all the forested, I will say the treed areas on the property are younger than 15 years old. So, and it's almost entirely dominated by Scots pine and buckthorn, which are non-native trees, as you know. This is the first point. The small wetland that is proposed for removal was non-existent, like 15 years ago. So there has been some drainage modification, which has, diverted drainage to a small depression. So this, I will say that the regime of this, the hydrological regime of this small wetland is mainly driven by local runoff, and it's dominated by common species, including non-native species, very aggressive non-native species, Phragmites. So this is one point. The area of this wetland is approximately 400 square meters, to my recollection, and the portion of woodland that is proposed for removal is approximately also 400 or 500 square meters. On the other side of the watercourse, more than, if I remember well, more than 6,000 or 7,000 square meters of reforestation and wetland creation will be proposed. So, in that sense, we believe that, there is no net loss in ecological function throughout the property and the cut area. When it comes to, if you may, I want me to answer the, questions from the previous delegation on snapping turtle. A snapping turtle has been considered, but if you have a closer look at the environmental impact study, the report addresses the endangered or threatened species, and snapping turtle is not a threatened or endangered species. It is not a regulated species under the Endangered Species Act. So it is not protected, under the Endangered Species Act. Having said that, if you have, you can, the presence of the species, the nesting or overwintering of the species can trigger the designation of significant wildlife habitat. As in the cut area and the subject property, we have not identified any potential nesting or overwintering habitat. There was no specific, surveys completed for this species. And so, yes, I have seen the picture. So it is possible that the species, nest within the road embankments, which is often the case. It wasn't. This species has not been targeted, in our wetland restoration plan. It could be, we could do that. We usually don't like to do that because it focus predation, on a specific area. But just to come back to the potential nesting near the road, this is usually something that we don't like to maintain. Having a nesting just in close proximity to the road because of risk of road mortality. Do you want me to?
Through you, Madam Chair, if I can, if someone could just speak to the amendment RF informed beacon environment of the snapping turtle, yet it was excluded from the report.
No, it was not excluded. The list that was provided by MNR is a list of species at risk. Species at risk, includes endangered, threatened species, and also species of concern. Snapping turtle is a species of concern. It is not a regulated species under the ESA. So
could I find that, through you, Madam Chair, could I find that snapping turtle reference in the report?
Mr. Dismazik?
I will have to check. We did not, usually we address these species under a section called significant wildlife habitat. As there was no suitable habitat within the property for nesting or overwintering. We have not included that, as a potential.
But the MN MNRF had advised you, I'm not sure if you're from Beacon, of
Yes.
potential
Yes.
occurrence on that
Yeah,
property.
MNRF. I mean, nowadays, we do that without MNRF. But when the this file, was implemented, when the study started, it was still, the standard, to contact MNRF to have a list of species at risk that are, in the vicinity of the project. Which means like within a few kilometers of the project. And we know that we have, snapping turtles, on East Holland River. So it doesn't mean that it will be on site. When we usually use the list from MNRF and we, combine that with our experience and our and the existing natural habitat that we have on the property. And it's the combination of both that make us decide whether or not some further investigation should be completed.
Councillor?
I think just to summarize that, MNFR had advised that it's potentially there. It's not part of the report, and that's what the delegation was referring to. Obviously now with pictures and in hindsight that it is, but we'll let that go. In terms of community benefits, the Petch House was referenced in some trails and some other. Can you just let me know how that discussion took place? Who advised you that we would need the money for the Petch House, or how did that come about?
Ms. Fast?
Through you, Madam Chair, those discussions took place with town staff. They made recommendations for improvements to the Petch House. It's obviously still subject to council's approval. We also, I guess, identified that there were trail improvements that could be made in the immediate area to improve surfacing, washout area under the bridge, accessibility, so regrading and making the trails more accessible. And then there was also additional monies that could be used for any town identified project in the area.
Okay, it was through staff that had okay. My last question, just in terms of the MTSA, you had mentioned that it is within the MTSA. It's not physically with it. It's part of the promenade, but the boundary of the MTSA, while it's very close to the GO train, I don't believe it's, and someone will correct me if I'm wrong, the boundary of it, I don't believe this property is within that boundary.
Ms. Fast?
It's certainly within the promenade.
Through the chair, it is within the boundary of the MTSA. I'll share my screen. Subject site is right here. And you can see that the red line identifies the MTSA boundary. The circle is the 500-meter radius.
Councillor?
To the GO station.
I'll take a closer look at that. That was it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gartner. Mayor Maracus?
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you to the delegate. I guess my first question is that this site has an approved proposal. Why not just build what was already approved?
Through the chair, my client doesn't develop commercial properties. We also reviewed the permissions within the town's official plan, and the proposed development is a permitted use, and as well as the standards that we're proposing are permitted by the town's official plan. So it's a guide for the development that should take place here as approved by council and shown in their official plan.
Mayor Maracus?
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, back in 2013, the approval that did occur by council at the time, there was that approval also included a a driveway out onto Wellington. So there was two exit points. There was one on John Westway, which was a full turn access point, and the one on Wellington was a right in, right out. Why not have that proposal in this as well?
Ms. Fast?
So through the chair, we did, when we were designing our initial concepts, we did have an access onto Wellington, and the region advised us that they would not permit an access onto Wellington. We have a traffic impact study that identified that the site can function well with the one access point onto John Westway.
Mayor Marcus?
Thank you. And just one more, Madam Chair. Back in 2013, the discussion around the approval was the fact that it was only going to be one story, and that our promenade plan speaks to a minimum of 2 stories. And what was brought forward was the reason it couldn't go to 2 stories was because the subject land has some poor soil conditions, and they couldn't achieve 2 stories. And so if you couldn't achieve 2 stories back in 2013, how come now in 2021 we can achieve 6 stories?
Ms. Fast?
Well, through the chair, I don't know their reasonings why they could not. Perhaps for a smaller commercial plaza, the type of ground improvements and foundations that would be required would be too expensive for a 2-story plaza. So we have run the numbers for the 6-story building. We do have to do ground improvements to make sure that the building is stabilized to support the 6-story building. And we've run the numbers, and it works from a feasibility perspective. I'm not sure if the project engineer has any further information on the soil status at that time for that application and why they couldn't do the 2 stories. She was involved with that application, I believe.
Ms. Palmer, do you have anything to add?
Through you, Madam Chair. Joanna's summary is accurate that the soil conditions for the footprint and the height provided, it just didn't make sense for the cost of it.
Thank you, Mayor Marcus.
Well, that's all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I just kind of want to acknowledge it was Councillor Gallo who spoke prior, not Gartner. My apologies. Any other comments or questions for the first time? Councillor Gartner for the second time.
Thank you. So following on the last question, there's mention that there's going to be a green roof. And was that taken into, because you have to have much more supportive foundations if you're doing a green roof. Was that also taken into account?
Ms. Fast?
That has been taken into account. Yes, the calculations that we've done have shown that we can support the building as designed.
Thank you. This might go back to another answer you gave. The floodplain boundary along Wellington that you're showing is very different from the conservation authorities.
Ms. Fast?
Through the chair, as I mentioned earlier, the conservation authorities mapping is not 100% accurate. It's meant to be a guide and has to be ground verified by detailed engineering studies. And so we have done those engineering studies to determine exactly where the floodplain is based on the actual surveyed elevation. The LSRCA's mapping also reflects a buffer area, in which they would require a permit for anything within their regulated area. It doesn't, the limit of their mapping does not reflect the floodplain, fully reflect the floodplain.
Do they know that?
Yes, they do. Every time I have an application and we talk about the floodplain, they always advise that it has to be verified on the ground through survey and engineering work.
Okay, I I'm on the board. I haven't heard that before. Does anybody know how the drainage works here? What I think is that it comes from west and south, but I don't know if it comes from north and east. Definitely comes from the west. There's a lot of water coming from the west.
Ms. Fast?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask our engineer to speak to drainage if she can.
Through you, Madam Chair, just so I'm clear, are you talking about the site drainage or the actual river?
I'm talking about the water that drains into the floodplain.
The floodplain is, the river and the floodplain are draining from the southeast corner to the northwest. So they're draining from Wellington towards John West Way, under John West Way to the north.
So it would drain from the area to the south of Wellington as well.
Yeah, so it's collecting drainage south of Wellington, underneath John West Way, and heading north.
And it's also draining from the west to the east?
From
where the Tim Hortons Plaza is to the east?
No. The Tim Hortons Plaza drains directly into the river on the west of John West Way. They have their separate outlet head wall west of John
Thank
West
you. And
Way.
that doesn't drain east?
No.
That river doesn't drain east?
No.
No. And thank you. And what about the area to the east of this, where the homes are?
Ms. Palmer?
Their backyard drainage, I suspect, would sheet drain into the valley.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all. Thanks.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Gartner. Any other questions or comments? No, I just have one. I know I mentioned it before, and you addressed it, and it was addressed in one of the reports about the daylight saving triangle of sorts, and how I felt that it was a rather large space for people to just hang out. But I did notice that some of the building materials that you guys have chosen were concrete pavers, and just given, the area and the wetlands and whatnot, I'd like to see that permeable paver as opposed to, make that investment in something that's going to be more permeable. I just feel like the materials that you guys are using for a rather large corner, I just think that it would be a huge improvement. Would that be something that you would consider utilizing to up that green infrastructure?
So, Madam Chair, we have looked into that actually. We asked our landscape architect to look into that. Unfortunately, the permeable pavers, they aren't as durable. We do expect this to be a high traffic area. It will be plowed in the wintertime as well. So we have to consider the maintenance of this area. Also, the water table is right underneath, and the soils aren't really conducive to having it having permeable pavers in this area. We did seriously take a look at it, and it wouldn't make sense in that area.
Great, thank you. I appreciate you actually did look into it, because I think more and more people adopt the permeable paver, the better it is for drainage and less flooding risk. So I appreciate that effort anyway. If there's no other further questions, I would like to, refer these comments to 9.1, 9.2. All those in favor of receiving the comments? Opposed? That carries. Thank you very much, Ms. Fast. Appreciate it. Okay, so we're going to move on to delegation 6.6. Is Dawn Gibbons from Alyssa Henrik. Oh, it's Alyssa Henrik, Sarah Kurtz, and Brian Henshaw. So all four regarding 9.3 PDS 22-032 zoning bylaw amendment, Shining Hill Collections, Inc. at 306 St. John Side Road West, file number ZBA 2021-02. Welcome, Dawn, and please state your name and be reminded you have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Thank you very much, members of council, Madam Chair. I have my team with me today to answer questions. We are not making a presentation. We are obviously pleased with the staff report. Your staff have done a wonderful job of pulling this together in a short time. And it's an accommodation that we've requested to allow St. Anne's to continue to move forward with the renovations and be able to open their school in January as planned for 2023. Today, as I said, we're available for questions. I don't intend to take much of your time. The staff report is excellent and covers all the bases. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, John. May I have a motion to receive and refer these comments to delegation item 9.3? Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Humphreys. Are there any questions for the delegate tonight? Councillor Gallo? You're on mute, Councillor Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to confirm really quickly that the only thing we're dealing with tonight is the rezoning specifically to the school and nothing else.
Yes, that's correct.
Could I just get confirmation from Mr. Gibbons, please?
Yes, that is correct.
And any decisions tonight does not impact the rest of the development?
Mr. Gibbons?
The decision before you would allow for a site plan to be approved that allows for the roads that are necessary and the service that are necessary to reach up to the school, to provide a safe entry and to provide for the infrastructure that's needed. The balance of the subdivision will come before you at a future date and when the staff are prepared to bring a proper report to you.
Councillor?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Gartner?
Thank you. Thank you for answering that, because you do have your environmental expert with you. So I was just wondering why he was in attendance.
We asked him to be in attendance because we have submitted to the Ministry of Environment and I think it's called Conservation and Parks, as it's now named, a report that deals with the bat habitat on the property. That is something that is required to be dealt with prior to permits being available for cutting of trees.
Councillor?
Thank you. So do you know if there are any bat snags or potential habitat in those trees, or is that something you're investigating?
We have investigated and Mr. Henshaw will speak to it.
Mr. Henshaw, you're on mute. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Members of committee, yes, we've submitted a memo to MECP as is required, really. Well, it's not actually required, but it's our standard practice because we're not the regulator. Sorry, Councillor, are you talking?
No, you're.
Oh, sorry, it's my fault. I'm looking at the wrong screen. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So sorry about that. So yes, so we've sent that memo in and we did acoustic surveys and snag surveys. They're all detailed in the memo. And we found a small number of little brown bats, none of the other regulated species. And they generally were flying around fairly late in the evening and in small numbers, or at least very few calls. And so from that, we concluded, in our professional opinion, that none of the trees are supporting the kind of habitat that the ministry would push into a permit process. And we provided that opinion to the ministry and we're awaiting their final word on whether they agree with our assessment based on the data. So we based on previous experience and recent memos from the ministry on how to apply the data from these surveys, we anticipate that the ministry will agree with us, but we're not the regulator, and so we're waiting for their response. But that information has gone into the ministry. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
It does, thank you. So to Mr. Given, if we approve this really next week at council, but tonight, we would be approving cutting down these trees.
Mr. Givens?
The process requires us to have the clearance from the Ministry of Environment. What you would be doing is approving a rezoning for the St. Anne's site, but not a site plan. The site plan is what will create the location of the road system that is required and where the services will go. And it'll be through that site plan approval that there will be a requirement to take down the trees if permitted.
Thank you. Thank you. So, so if we allow the zoning change tonight, are you saying that we are not allowing the additional buildings, the playing field, the worship center, the potential rec center? We are not approving that tonight as we change the zoning bylaw?
The zoning we're asking for is for the lands that will be occupied by St. Anne's School. The park that I think you're referring to is part of the subdivision that will still come before you in a future date.
Our report refers to, with the zoning change, it refers to everything that would be allowed in the new zone, and everything that will be allowed in that new zone includes a rec center, a place of worship with an attached house, dorm or dorms, playing fields. So,
Yes.
so when
I thought you were referring to the park that is going to be
No.
a public park. No, yes, on site where the school is, there will be, the school is the main use, and there will be ancillary uses, including residences in the future, playing field, as you listed. Those things will be approved through this zoning.
So if we approve the zoning, then we will also be allowing these other things to be built.
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all for now.
Thank you, Councillor Gartner. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Givens, and the rest of you. Appreciate it. Your comments will be referred to the item pending here. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we have the final delegate, I'm sure. Oops. Excuse me 1 second. Here we go. Delegation 6.7. Pardon me if I don't say your name quite perfectly. It's Yuzania Pokohalvalina. If I'm sorry if I've butchered that, but I tried my best. This is resident regarding item 9.1 PDS 22-002. This is also in reference to the Northeast Quadrant of Wellington Street and St. John Westway. Welcome, and please state your name and be reminded you have 5 minutes for your delegation. Do you have sound? Is that? Sorry, I only have Eugenia's iPhone. Is this Miss Pokohalvalina on the phone to speak? I can't hear you. Okay, we seem to be having some technical difficulties, so perhaps you might want to try logging in and logging out because we can't hear you. You're on mute of some sort. We still can't hear you. Mr. Clerk, we're having a technical difficulty. Is there any other suggestions for this delegate that we could? Mayor Marakis, sorry.
Madam Chairman, may I suggest that we are pretty much at we're 6 minutes short of our health break. Maybe we just take our health break and maybe Mr. Clerk can work with the residents to see if we can get them up and running and get them online. So when we get back from health break, we can deal with that delegate and continue on.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea, actually.
Good idea. Thank you.
We'll take that health break early and hopefully we can get the delegate back on when we get back. So we shall come back in, is it 5 minutes? 10 minutes. Thank you.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
Hi, finally. I don't know what happened.
Listen, I don't know what happened either. Oh, I can't start my video because we decided.
No, I heard you decided to take a
Councillor Gartner, if you can hear me, you're not on mute.
Is the delegate still there? Okay.
Mr. Clerk, I think we're ready to go. We have a delegation. 6.7, Yevgenia Palavanlina. If you don't mind, I'm so sorry about that. Resident regarding item 9.1 PDS 22002. Application for zoning bylaw amendments, again for the northeast quadrant of Wellington Street and John Westway. Welcome. If you wouldn't mind just stating your name and be reminded you have 5 minutes for your delegation.
Good evening, everyone. I'm sorry for the earlier. I'm not sure what happened then. My name is Yevgenia Pokvalina, and I live at 29 Embry Hill Way, Aurora, Ontario. So just above the place where the planned construction is going to take place. And I will be voicing the concern of myself and the residents, my neighbors, from like Amber Hill 27, 29, 31, and 35 in particular. First of all of the residents of the area of the application, like we were supposed to receive, like as I believe, like before, we were supposed to receive a notification that the application for construction has been revived again. It happened to previous one happened in 2019 and was postponed because of the concerns or I don't know, not really good way of presenting. We don't like this construction at all because it's way too high and it's how to say it will create a lot of problems and not solve a lot. So I tried to read through 160 pages of the this meeting agenda, and I didn't see any changes from what has been proposed in 2019. The only difference is that the units increased from 134 to 150, and the parking space for some reason, and I don't know how, they increased from 175 to 182, I believe. It's concerning. First of all, you can see on the street view from page 19, the entrance. I'm not sure how there is no impact on traffic on John Westway, but there is an impact on Wellington. I'm sorry, but I completely disagree because during rush hour, during school year, it will be a disaster because even though the proposed habitants of this building supposedly are retired people or people empty nesters, still each of them will have the car. Most of them most probably will go to work and they will definitely turn left to Wellington, and it will be impossible because everyone is going to the same direction. They said in this agenda that they conducted some kind of research, but I'd like to know when they did it, because if it's during these years of COVID, definitely the school was closed and there was not much traffic there. But now when the school is reopened, each morning, you're on the same street located, you can see, if you go to town hall, you can see that at the 8 o'clock in the morning, it's a disaster. And imagine if there isn't something happened on the intersection, if there is an accident, it will be frozen, it will be everything will stop. And I don't know what's going to happen. The safety of the students and seniors and other residents is a concern here as well. As to major traffic map, yes, it's included because it's as if it's closer to the GO station. But if you look at the map closely, this particular piece of land is close to the Holland River, to the environmental place like to the like I'd say that it's a little wrong. So, and it's too small, and it's the most part it is standing on the edge of the floodplains. So literally the whole complex will be sitting on the Holland River, and this is our other concern, because due to the 6-story building, obviously the parking is on the foundation, like they will need a foundation pit. They will need to cut and fill lands.
Ms. Povoli, you're at the 5 minutes. Are you almost finished? You're at 5 minutes now, so could you wrap
can
that
I extend a little?
Well, we are pressed for a little bit of time, but I can give you another 30 seconds to wrap up.
Okay, so and then back to environmental, which is the most concerning stuff, that all the dirt, especially from the snow, which this year is a huge, you can see like everywhere, the mountains of snow, like where will it go if it's a snow day? It will definitely go into the area of the Holland River and reservation area, or how to call it. I don't see the other way. Because they will not remove it right away, but people will need to move back and forth from the facility, and it will definitely, like all the dirt, all the dangerous materials, they will go with the snow right into the environmentally protected area.
Great, thank you so much. Was there any other final points that you were not able to articulate in a point form?
Yes, I think that this is like Aurora is not an island. We have so many other places where we can build so many, like not even 6-story, like maybe 10-story buildings or any other, how many, whatever. But why this small piece of land, which we can preserve for wildlife and even for us to enjoy? Like maybe we will redevelop, if we can't redevelop it from 2-story plaza to a residential 6-story, we can definitely go a little further and do better for the environment and for our kids and for our future generations.
Thank you very much, Ms. Povolina. I really appreciate your comments. May I have a motion to receive and refer these comments to item 9.1? Councillor Humphreys, Mayor Marakis. Any questions or comments for the delegate? Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you through Madam Chair, and thank you very much for delegating this evening. I appreciate it, and I think I heard you mention it's your first time. You did a great job. No, I understand your concerns. I mean, it's a new, it's a brand new development and proposal in this area. I appreciate a lot of your concerns, but I think many of your concerns will be addressed during future, site plan as it develops further into the process. And many of your concerns have to be addressed. Snow removal that must be done, and so a lot of your concerns, I think, will be, they heard them this evening, we heard them this evening, and they have to be followed up on. But I appreciate your perspective. And just one question, I heard you mention the proposal about the 2-story strip plaza. You were comfortable with that original from a few years ago?
Ms. Povolina?
To say the truth, not really. So when we were buying our house 17 years ago, our realtor, she said that it might be there, which is kind of strange because it's, again, too little for anything. To tell the truth, like it's even for strip plaza, like it's too little for everything. It just like let it be. From my point of view, and for point of view of my neighbors too, because like we are concerned too, because we're sitting on a hill and we don't want to slide into the ravine. And also we don't want we enjoy the birds and turtles and even reindeers, like, not reindeer, oh my God, the deers, like we saw them sometimes on this ravine. So it's better.
Councillor?
Thank you very much. I understand your perspective. I used to live on a road that had a beautiful golf course behind it, and now there's homes. So these things happen when it's private property. You enjoy beautiful opportunity. Sometimes things change a little. Hopefully, whatever happens is something you will eventually get used to and enjoy. I really do hope that for sure. And but thank you very much for your perspective. We're going to listen to them and see how it moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Polvalina. I appreciate you coming speaking tonight. Your comments will be referred to staff. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so if I can get all in favor to refer the comments to staff 9.1, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, so tonight we don't have any consent agenda items, nor do we have any advisory committee meeting minutes, which brings us to consideration of items requiring discussion. I'm going to combine 9.1, 9.2 as receive for information, since they apply to the same application. Can I get a motion to put the item on the floor for discussion? Councillor Thompson, second by Councillor Kim. Any questions or comments about this item? Councillor Gartner. You're on mute, Councillor.
So we're still talking about John Westway and Wellington.
We are talking about PDS 22002, applications for zoning bylaw amendment and site plan control, LMB Aurora Inc., northeast quadrant of Wellington Street and John Westway. We're going to address both 9.1 and 9.2, which is simply just to receive in this discussion.
Thank you. So I have some questions for staff.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you. In the report, it says that the development is following our official plan because in the OP, it says the main front wall and exterior side wall shall be set back a minimum of 1.5 meters above the fourth floor. My understanding that it is going to be above the sixth floor and not the fourth floor, as the OP says.
Through you, Madam Chair. It is in our OP, it allows it to be above the fourth story. In the case of this application, because they have the section 37, they're doing it above the fifth floor. And town staff deem that.
Sorry, this section 37, the bonus.
Councillor?
I don't think that's what the OP had in mind. Can you tell me about, with bonusing again, it says that the January 11th report says the midpoint of the range of the increased value will but be what we ask for in the bonusing?
Ms. Punnett?
Correct. Through you, Madam Chair, correct. That's what we've asked for.
Councillor?
The midpoint, is the midpoint 30%?
Through you, Madam Chair, correct.
Councillor?
Can you explain to me how that could be?
Ms. Punnett?
Sure, through you, Madam Chair. So in our section 37 policy, we have a range of 25% to 35%. We kind of took that midpoint to determine the value to be, fair to the applicant. However, it is at council's direction if they wish to go lower, higher on the section 37 benefit.
Why would we go lower?
Through you, Madam Chair, you don't need to. We chose a midpoint to assist in determining where the money would go for this particular site.
Councillor?
Thank you. And Councillor Gallo asked a question about, maybe I'll just let him ask it. There is a statement in the on the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority's condition of site plan. It says that the owner must agree to indemnify and save harmless the town and the Conservation Authority from all costs, losses, damage, adjustments, claims, etc., resulting from any increased flooding or erosion of property. So are we saying that we're approving this plan, but we're not sure that there's not going to be any increased flooding or any of erosion of the properties, the residents' properties to the east and north?
Ms. Punnett?
Through you, Madam Chair, this is a standard site plan condition that are generally in a lot of site plan control like agreements.
I haven't noticed it before in any of the agreements I've read. Perhaps I haven't read them carefully enough. To me, this could just be terrible for the residents because we're taking out more fill than we're putting in, so we're increasing the slope that is adjacent to where these residents are living. And the report on this is from 2011. There could have been more erosion since then. I'm just scared for the residents. It just sounds very strange to me. I think that's all I have for the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. I do have one more question.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me just find it. Okay, I can't, so I have to wait for my next turn to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Gardner. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Gallo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did ask most of my questions to the developer representative, but I just have a few for staff. Just to clarify, maybe staff would know as well, in terms of my question regarding the MTSA, we do have in the growth management discussion paper, there's a new, I guess it's a new map that outlines the draft proposed MTSA boundary, which does not include the subject property. Does the existing boundary include this property in the MTSA?
Does Ms. Howes want to answer that, or Ms. Punnett? Ms. Howes?
Hi, good evening, and through you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I did see in our growth management or in our growth plan for the discussion papers that it is not included in the MTSA, and we'll have to look and double check on our 2010 MTSA boundary. But it is within the promenade, but identified in this particular map, it is not identified in the MTSA.
Councillor?
That's what I thought. In terms of Lake Simcoe Regional Conservation Authority and their, I guess their comments and approvals, I got today their letter. Thank you, staff, for providing that. I'll just read it. It says, further to a third submission for the proposed zoning bylaw amendment and second submission for the site plan application, the LSRCA can confirm there are no outstanding hydrological comments for this file. I've attached the comments prepared by Jessica Chan, on the National Heritage Review. Please direct any questions or comments to myself. And it goes on and on. My question is, when they say that there are no outstanding hydrologic comments for this file, does that mean that they've reviewed the cut and fill and everything else that's associated with it, and they've thoroughly reviewed that, and do not have any issues with it? Through you, Madam Chair, to someone on staff.
Ms. House, did you want to take this, or is it Ms. Punnett? You're on mute, Ms. House.
Through you, Madam Chair, I will have Rosanna directly answer on that, please.
Through you, Madam Chair, correct. So their all technical comments have been reviewed. However, the site plan conditions that are going to be included in the site plan agreement do address that they do need to have a EOS and a number of items to be finalized and all, but that is the intent. They have signed off on the natural heritage items and the technical stuff that I'm not 100%, but they have signed off on that aspect.
Councilor?
Madam Chair, through you, that the cut and fill and that they're satisfied that also there's no negative impact based on this development.
Ms. Punnett?
Through you, Madam Chair, they've approved it in principle, and they are, this is how we brought the recommendation report forward in order to get to where we are now. So yes, they have approved the cut and fill in principle. A permit needs to be applied for, like there are a number of mapping, a lot of items that need to be addressed afterwards.
And through you, Madam Chair, there's a lot of conditions that they still need to complete. I mean, I could have 1,000 questions, but I won't. I'm just going to speak generally that this is part of my problem sometimes when we have these before us, that we have staff reports that, and I'll note that in years past, planning reports were far more detailed and far less conditions to happen after. And we got the full picture so that we can make an informed decision. To be honest, what I have before me is very high level, not a lot of information. In fact, more information based on requests that we got. But if I was to only rely on the report, there's no way I can make an informed decision, because there's so much that still needs to be done, so many conditions that still need to be followed. Yet I'm here and I need to make a decision whether this project goes forward or not. I have to rely on so many other things to happen in order for it to happen properly. I just feel like this is a very, it's a larger project that should be placed on that site. And some of the pictures that were shown earlier, to me, really demonstrated that. I was there in 2013, and I agreed with the commercial plaza back then. 14,000 square feet compared to 21,000 square feet. It's a massive, and 6 times higher. It's a massive difference from what we approved a while ago. And I'm still not convinced sitting here that there's going to be no negative impact on sensitive lands that are at least 85% floodplain. So to me, it just doesn't fit. It's not the right development for that site. And believe me, it's close enough to a major transportation hub that, and I've repeated many times at the council table, that I encourage development, high density, get people in there so they can walk to the trains, so that they get out of their cars, so we stop urban sprawl, all of those reasons that I encourage higher density developments near public transportation corridors. It's a hallmark, and it's something we really need to do. But we can't just ignore so many other things to let that happen. And I'm simply not there yet. There's too many unanswered questions for this to proceed.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Councillor Gartner.
Thank you. Thank you. I agree with Councillor Gallo. I'm looking at our OP with respect to the environmental protection lands. And it's very strict on what is permitted. And on EP lands, if there's an existing building, well, that's okay. But it's all about passive uses and protection. And this is so far from that. And then I hadn't looked at the section on hazard lands. And it's very clear that, and it's not only the OP that's saying it, but it's also the Conservation Authority, the development shall be directed away from hazardous lands adjacent to rivers and streams. No new development and site alteration will generally, new development and site alteration will generally be prohibited in areas that are subject to flooding. It agrees with the provincial policy statement on this. I just can't understand. We have an OP that's it's very clear about EP and hazard lands that flood, floodplains. How could we, despite what the Conservation Authority says, we have an OP. We should be upholding our OP. How many times have we said that at the table? And this certainly just does not do that. It's not appropriate. I'm afraid for the residents. I'm afraid about the land sliding. The slope is increased. It's just, there's too much at stake here. And the fact that we would approve something and then we would say, but we're not going to take any, and the Conservation Authority, we're just not going to take any responsibility if something happens. This is not appropriate. I certainly can't vote for this.
Any other questions, Councillor Gardner, or comments? You're good?
Well, I guess it's basically why would we allow the Conservation Authority to override our OP? We have a very good OP and it's very good about and very clear about floodplains. Thank you. That's it.
If I may, just curious to ask Councillor Gardner, you are on the Lake Simcoe Conservation Authority board. And I had wondered if perhaps maybe you've had this conversation with them. I'm just curious to know if maybe you could shed some light on any kind of information that maybe you can share.
You sound like the mayor, Councillor Gilliland. Just because I'm on the board, these are staff decisions. I'm on the board. I do not agree with this. And I don't particularly care what the Conservation Authority says about this. I want to uphold our OP. And we definitely wouldn't be doing that if we allowed this.
Thanks, Councillor Gardner. Appreciate your comments. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Through you to, I guess, either Ms. Poonit or Ms. House with regards to the application. And just, I guess, then comparing what is approved today versus what is proposed in front of us now, if they could add some comments or context. But, we've heard a lot from the delegates as well as members of council with regards to the environmentally protected lands, the floodplain. And I just want to hear from staff in terms of the comparison between the two, because, you go back to the 2013 report. Yeah, it's a one-story retail strip plaza, with 100 parking spaces. And for the most part, the property is paved over. And so you look at the proposal now, and I just want to get a sense of what is allowed today. Tomorrow they could build this and it would encroach into the floodplain. It would encroach into the environmental lands, maybe not as much as the current proposal or not. I'm not clear. And so that's what I'd like to get staff to comment on, comparing what is allowed today with respect to the floodplain, environmental protection lands versus what is being proposed, and how much do they differ?
Ms. Poonen?
Through Madam Chair, I haven't done that comparison. I focused, this report was on the application. What I could do is pull up the zoning map of what can happen there today, if that helps. I don't know if that's the answer to the question or if that helps at all.
No, I'm fine with following up with staff between now and council.
Okay.
A little bit more clarity around that. But I think it's an important piece of information, not just for members of council, but for the public as well, because these complaints continue to get expressed. And yet, as I've stated, I mean, there is approvals in place to build that strip plaza. And, you know, it's easy enough to access that 2013 report and see the pictures of what that proposed facility was going to look like. And, you know, let's see what the impact versus what is allowed and what is being proposed is. And, you know, I'll follow up with staff, and then perhaps at council, we can have further discussion around those lines.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Thompson. I'm sure staff will be able to have that ready for us next week. Any other comments or questions before I go to Councillor Gallo for the second time? Councillor Gallo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just two quick questions to staff. First off, one of the recommendation number 4 says that site plan application file SP 2020-05 be approved in principle to permit the development of a 6-story residential apartment building with 150 units. So I heard Councillor Humphrey speak to it's coming back to us at site plan, and it feels like it should, but in reading that, it tells me that we're approving in principle a site plan. Can I just get clarity? If we move forward with the 4 or 5 recommendations, will this be coming back to council? Will a site plan be coming back to council for approval?
Ms. House?
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. We also have Anna Enriquez online, our Manager of Planning, who can directly answer whether or not, just quickly on my end, we have not sought delegated authority on the site plan, but Anna perhaps can explain more.
Very good. Ms. Hendricks?
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair, you are correct, or to answer Councillor Gallo's question, the recommendation before committee tonight is to endorse the site plan application in principle. That will allow staff to move forward with the detailed design and addressing the outstanding site plan conditions, including the conditions of site plan approval as recommended by the LSRCA. And then eventually we will execute a site plan agreement. So to answer your question, this will not be coming back to council. We're seeking a recommendation on the site plan application this evening.
Councillor Gallo?
And that's what I thought. And there's even if it goes forward, there's no way I would have voted for that on this particular project, because just the contingency of it and the impact it would have, I would not be in favor of doing that. And I'm not sure if it's uncommon or why we did that. Maybe that's a question. Why would we do that for this application when it's, you know, I've seen site plans come back at a separate time and we approve the zoning, but the site plans come back at a separate time. Through you, Madam Chair.
Ms. Hendricks, did you have any comments to that?
Certainly, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. It's actually not uncommon for staff to recommend approval of a site plan in principle. What that essentially means is that staff and the commenting agencies are generally satisfied with the proposal, in terms that there are not going to be any significant changes both to the building location of access, you know, major components related to the proposal. And so what endorsement or approval in principle allows us to do is to work based on the proposal that council is reviewing or is considering this evening, and then deal with all the technical minor details moving forward. But there will not be any changes to the plan as a result of those detailed technical review and finalizing those components so we can execute a site plan agreement. So it's actually not uncommon for us to recommend the site plan approval in principle.
Councillor?
Thanks. I'll dig up past reports and just to, because it seems a little bit odd to me. The only other thing is, I don't want to harp on this, but it's been mentioned many times in terms of Lake Simcoe Regional Conservation Authority and no negative impact of this. Just some comments from staff regarding that.
Ms. House? You're on mute.
I'll do it again, thank you. Through you, either Rosanna or Anna can comment on our normal comment process through also.
Ms. Hendricks? Or Ms. Pundit? Who was answering? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Through you, Madam Chair, I can attempt an answer.
Sorry.
Thank you. So just to answer the question in terms of no negative impact, we do rely on the LSRCA. They are our advisors on natural heritage and natural hazard matters. And they do have a team of experts that review these applications in detail. Staff do not necessarily have the full expertise like the LSRCA, so we do rely on them. And based on the comments that they provided to us, they are satisfied that they're that it's consistent with the PPS, it conforms with all applicable plans, and that there are no negative impacts. As I said, we rely on them for natural heritage and natural hazard review.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gallo. Any other follow-up?
And that's good, and I think that's the way it should be. The only problem is if we look at the list of conditions for the site plan, it clearly demonstrates they have not reviewed a lot of this application. They're asking for a detailed stormwater management report, inclusive of water budget, detailed erosion control plan, a detailed grading plan, a detailed restoration plan, a detailed edge management plan, a detailed, and it goes on and on and on, and this has to be done prior to the execution of the site plan agreement, which tells me if they're requesting all those things, clearly they haven't reviewed them. So them saying we're okay with it without having reviewed that, quite frankly, doesn't mean a lot to me. Them having reviewed all that, site plan comes and is complete, comes to council, complete, and then we make a judgment call whether we want to move forward. Makes sense to me. But I'm sorry, but if Lake Simcoe hasn't reviewed all of those documents, they're asking for a long list of conditions to be applied with, which is common, which I don't like, because really me sitting here trying to make a decision, I feel like it's a bit of a waste of time, and I have zero impact because I'm being asked to make a decision with not a lot of information. And that really bothers me because it impacts the community. Those studies need to be done. They need to be reviewed, and we need to be advised what the result of that review is. And I'm sitting here right now and I don't have that. So it's very difficult for me to make an informed decision. And I don't know how we moved to this. Maybe it's commonplace amongst municipalities, but I remember a day where all of those things were practically done. And when Mr. Ramuna comes back, he'll remember, because he was here long enough to know that the reports from planning were thorough and thick and complete before I made a decision. And we've moved away from that. And this is one of those examples. Way too much, and no offense to any staff, but way too much delegated authority. I need to make a decision with all the information in front of me, and I just don't feel I have that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
If I may, Madam Chair, I just wanted to respond to that, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Ms. Hendricks, go ahead.
I wasn't looking, it wasn't a question. I wasn't looking for a response, it was a comment. Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify a point. That's okay. I wasn't looking. I just wanted to clarify a point, but that's okay. I won't.
If you would like to comment, you can comment.
Madam Chair, yeah. I didn't ask for a comment. I didn't ask a question. It was a comment that I was making.
I'm just trying to help. If this doesn't help, I'm really sorry. I'm just trying to explain, I just wanted to explain it's kind of similar to a draft plan condition for, or draft plan approval for a plan of subdivision. So when we come to council with a plan of subdivision and we're asking for council to draft approve it, you're approving the plan before you, but all the detailed technical design matters come after that. And they're all dealt with through conditions of draft plan approval that need to be cleared before the final plan of subdivision is approved. So I just wanted to give that as an example of what we're doing with the site plan application. So we're asking that it be approved in principle, subject to some conditions that need to be cleared. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hendricks. Councillor Gallo, do you have any other follow-up or comments?
And I don't disagree with that, but it's precisely where my issue is, that all of those things are not done. And Simcoe has given approval without having all those things. And I'm pointing out that it's a change, maybe the last 4 or 5 years, I don't know how long, but I remember a day when planning applications were thorough and all those things, virtually all of them, not all of them, were complete. And we had an informed, full report before us to make a decision. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Kim?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councillor Gallo does raise a good point, but I just want to verify the validity. I wasn't around in 2013, but through you to Ms. Enriquez or another staff person who can answer it. In public planning, we have plans of subdivision, we have site plans, we have various orders of how things are done. Through you to staff, has anything changed in the past 10 years in the order and in the various reports and approvals that are fundamentally needed to make a decision? Has anything changed in the last 10 years from a town perspective or from a planning perspective overall?
Ms. Hendricks?
Through you, Madam Chair. I can't really answer the question about whether anything's changed within the last 10 years. I've only been with the town for just over 2 years. From a planning perspective, nothing's really changed in terms of, plan of subdivision and the way we bring, or site plan applications and the way we bring recommendations forward to council for consideration. And I'm not just referring to the town of Aurora, just referring to any municipality in general. So to the best of my knowledge, nothing's changed in that regard. And with respect to the last 10 years in Aurora, I don't really know if it's changed. Certainly since I've been here for the last just over 2 years, the approach we're taking this evening is consistent with what we've been doing for the last 2.5 years.
Councillor?
Thank you, Ms. Enriquez.
Thank you, Councillor Kim. Any other comments or questions? Nope. I just have a couple. I guess Ms. Hendricks, maybe you can answer the question. I noticed in the climate change considerations, I actually quite like that section. I thought it really did highlight some of the at least positive attributes to the project at hand. And one of them was the proposed cut site area contains many invasive plants and species. The restoration of this area will result in a net gain ecosystem replacement of these species to native species. And if you could just touch on that net gain and kind of like elaborate on that, that would be really great for everybody to understand.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to defer that question to Rosanna Punnett, who is the file planner. I don't know the details on that.
Very well. Ms. Bennett?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, the applicant did submit a green development report, and this is the green development items that they are looking to do on the site. I'm not an expert in the species and the plantings, but it was reviewed with respect to our parks group, and they did provide comments on the the plantings as well as the LSRCA and what type of plantings can go into the site. So removing the invasive species and putting in a more of a permitted plants or the net gain into, as mentioned in the report.
Thank you. And I did read in the report that the idea was to select some plants that were actually going to restore the area and absorb some of the water that was good for the area. I know that one of delegates had mentioned Phragmites, and I just knowing a little bit about that, having a tour with the Arboretum people there, that it completely destroys the soil. It makes it completely uninhabitable. And really the only remedy is literally just ripping it out and starting over. So it is nice to know that at least some of that's going to be remediated, correct?
Through you, Madam Chair, correct. They are taking out the invasive species in the area and will be replanting it as well, putting the correct species into that area.
Thank you. And there was some reference about passive design, and I'm just curious, and it just kind of came to me because it was mentioned tonight about the GHG emissions. It would mitigate some of that impact based on building using passive house design, incorporating with the green roofing and the water tank and infiltration and all that stuff. So there seems to have been some pretty big steps, I guess, to kind of offset some of that and contribute.
Through you, Madam Chair, you are correct.
Okay, thank you. I am interested in the information that you guys will bring back at council in regards to Councillor Thompson's request about that comparator. I do think that'll be a really good piece of information to help us make this decision moving forward. Thank you. Mayor Marakis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm not going to go into too much detail because when you're quoted that much by a delegate, there's no need for me to speak too much in regards to what my thoughts are. But and I want to thank actually all the residents and as well as Mr. Skouliakis for mentioning a lot of the words that I've mentioned in regards to land use planning, especially within our community. In regards to getting the information from third-party agencies such as Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, as well as some of the others, and that it doesn't come in a timely fashion. That's the problem with the whole system. And we're constantly seeing that. And the problem is because they're allowed to give it to us. There's no timeline for them to give it to us within our timeline, which is the 120 days. This is a problem that we've constantly relayed to the province, and that they need to make changes where to get that information in a timely manner, so that way we can make those informed decisions. So it's unfortunate that the system that I feel, and I think that many elected officials right across this province feel, is broke. But if it continues the way it is, these are the types of applications that are going to continuously come in front of us for us to have to make decisions with not the full information that is required from the third-party agencies, because they're allowed to give them to us after we've made the decisions. So hopefully we can make those changes, but we have what's in front of us, and it's our obligation to make a decision this evening.
Thank you, Mayor Marakis. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Much of what that thought process has been already said, but I just wanted to weigh in that right now I'm looking forward to the next council meeting, some of the information we're going to be receiving, as you mentioned earlier, comparison of what we've had before to now, and in order to make a solid decision. And I do appreciate the comments around the table, because I think it's very important. This is a gateway. This is a really special entrance into our town. Whatever goes here needs to be something that we can all feel proud of, and that it does address the issues that are concerning the majority of us. So looking forward to information to come, and thank you to everyone for discussion and the delegates this evening.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Any other comments or questions at all? Seeing none. Okay, so if there's no further comments, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? Oh, that fails. All right. Next item.
Madam Chair, don't we have to do something?
I'm so, Councillor Gallo, I'm sorry, what?
Motion to receive, don't we have to do something?
Just one second. Motion to receive the application. Councillor Humphries, second by Councillor Kim. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. I haven't had to do that one yet. It's been so long. Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Okay, so next item, 9.4, pet cemetery. Excuse me. Oh, geez, I'm ahead of myself. Apologies. We are going to address 9.3 PDS 22-032 zoning bylaw amendment, Shining Hill Collections, Inc. 306, St. John Side Road West, file number ZBA 2021-02. And just to make it clear, we are going to receive this report, and that the zoning bylaw amendment application file is to be approved to rezone a portion of the lands on the Oak Ridges of Moraine ORM to institutional exception zone IXX, and that the zoning bylaw amendment be brought forward to a future council meeting for enactment. So just for clarity, we're only focusing on the school to allow the school portion to be built moving forward with those zoning changes. That is what we're addressing tonight, not necessarily the future subdivision that is going to be proposed at a later date. If I may get someone to put the motion on the floor. Councillor Humphries, second by, I need a seconder, Councillor Kim. Thank you very much. Any questions or comments on this item? Councillor Gardner.
Thank you. I asked the question before of Mr. Given. So if we approve the zoning change, are we also approving all of the uses that are in the zoning change? The recreation center, the dorms, etc.
Councillor, I'll have Ms. Pundit address your concerns here, but I know that it just really addresses the zoning, not necessarily the project. Ms. Pundit?
Through you, Madam Chair, the zoning will be approved. The application before you tonight is the zoning for the site. So Councillor Gardner is correct in the items that are in the report.
Councillor?
So that means that we would be approving all of the buildings and any tree cutting, and we would be doing all of this without any environmental impact studies.
Ms. Pundit?
Through you, Madam Chair, it is the zoning application, not a site plan application that's before you tonight. So the zoning is going to allow the uses. They will need a site plan application for the portable or any of those items that are going to be built on the site. But is the zoning to allow the school that's there at the moment for their opening for January 2023.
And is the site plan application going to require all of these environmental studies?
Ms. Pundit?
Through you, Madam Chair, the environmental studies have been submitted as a whole for the entire site. So when the site plan comes in, we'll be focusing on that area specifically. So if they do want to put a building, we'll make sure that the environmental impacts or all the items are addressed. But right now,
well, we haven't. Thank you. We haven't had. Mr. Given promised us a plan a long time ago at one of our council meetings, and we don't have a plan of what they want to put on the site. So when we get the site plan and it says they want to do a dorm and a place of worship with an R3 house and a rec center, at that point, we're a site plan, we're approving where these things are on the site. But we don't have any EIS on those things because we don't have a plan that says what's going to be in. So are we going to need to have the environmental assessment? This is very sensitive land. Are we going to and they're going to have to cut down more trees for this. So are we going to have those environmental assessments come to us before we decide, or when we are in the process of deciding at council what the site plan is?
Ms. Puna?
Through you, Madam Chair, the application before you tonight is just simply for the use. They do need to submit a site plan application. It will be dependent on what's delegated to staff versus what. So if it is depending on our delegation bylaw, so if they did want to put a large rec facility, that sounds like something that would go to council to get approval. At this point in time, we're just focusing on the use for the.
But thank you. As a follow-up through you, Madam Chair, when a site plan comes to council, it's just basically a layout of what a developer wants where. We don't have, the EIS are done before that. There's something wrong with this. I fear that if we approve the zoning, unless someone tells me 100% differently, that if we approve the zoning, we are also approving all of these other buildings, fields without any environmental impact studies. Are we approving all of these buildings without any environmental impact studies?
Ms. Punin? Or Ms. Hendricks, who would like to address this?
That is what Mr. Gibbons said when I asked him the question.
Ms. Hendricks?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Rosanna is correct. The report this evening is to consider a zoning bylaw amendment for a number of uses. However, as you may know, the proposed school is to be located in the existing Dunn estate, the existing dwelling. So to answer your question in terms of environmental impact on any new buildings, from what I understand, that the existing building is to be used for the school. There may be a small addition, vestibule addition that's proposed, and perhaps some additional, small buildings such as a portable. I don't know the specific details. At that point in time, when they submit the application for the new school, the site plan application, that will be reviewed in detail in consultation with the LSRCA as well. And if they do need, any kind of environmental report, natural heritage evaluation, that will certainly form part of our review for that site plan application for the school. But I just wanted to clarify that for this evening, we're just looking at the use to permit the school and a number of other uses as well. But if they're coming in for any new building, they're still subject to site plan control. So there's still that mechanism in place to do a review for the environmental impacts.
Okay, thank you. I feel like I'm going around in a circle, so I'm going to stop, but I'm going to ask that for the council meeting, that we have something in writing that says that any new buildings that are going to be proposed for this site will require environmental impact studies, because this whole thing, I mean, that's the way the process should be. So I would like confirmation for the council meeting that that is what is going to be happening.
Thank you, Councilor Gardner. Anything else?
Yeah, I guess there's the other question is why are they not asking just for an institutional zone? Why are they asking for an IX exception zone?
Ms. Hendricks?
Through you, Madam Chair, the IX exception zone is an institutional zone. with exceptions. So I believe it's outlined in the report, the different exceptions to the parent institutional zone that they're requesting. So it primarily has to deal with setbacks and other development standards to recognize the existing building on the school site. But it is an institutional zone.
Could somebody just tell me what page of the report that is?
Ms. Hendricks?
I'm just looking for it. Just give me a minute. I believe it's an attachment to the report. Through you, Madam Chair. It's Appendix B to the staff report. It's titled Zoning Bylaw Comparison. In the one column to the left, you'll see the institutional parent zone requirements in our zoning bylaw. And in the column on the right is the proposed exception zone.
Okay, just give me a second, please. Existing. Post. Sorry, I don't see the chart.
Page 88.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say, Councilor Gallo?
Ms. Hendricks, do you know what page number it is that maybe you could assist of the report?
Or which appendix?
88, page 88.
Thank you, Councilor Gallo.
Thank you. I'll look at it for next week. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Councilor Gallo.
Thank you. And I just want to confirm that so first of all, I'm not sure if it's been lost on anyone that we have the very next report has a zoning and no site plan. Site plan will come after. And I realize this is uncommon, but it's an example of when that actually happens. But I want to confirm that what we're doing is changing the zoning from its current state to institutional zone, and that the list of that's under there is simply an exhaustive list that's part of the zoning bylaw, and it's not necessarily specifically chosen. Is that the case? Through you, Madam Chair.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct, Councilor Gallo.
And just to underline that we're only allowing a change of use. We're not allowing any new buildings. We're not allowing anything like that is going to have to trigger a site plan and any reports that are necessary in order to do that. So all we're doing here is changing the use to allow for the private school.
Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct, Councilor Gallo.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Gallo. Any other questions or comments before I go to Councilor Gartner for the second time? No, Councilor Gartner, go ahead.
Thank you. Again, I'll do some more work on this before next week, but the only thing that I can see that's different is a place of entertainment. So I'll have a look further at it. And just as a comment, in this, the rural ORM and the SR1 it does allow neighborhood support services such as schools. And the intent of that, from my years of experience, is always a public school. So I believe the statement that it is allowed in the SR1 is not accurate. I don't believe that it allows private schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none. All right, so I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, so now we're looking at item 9.4, which is CM 522-008 Pet Cemetery Project, update and fencing options. I understand we have a presentation that'll be provided by Ms. McDougall. Would you like to proceed? Ms. McDougall, I don't know if you are speaking, but we do not hear you. You're still on mute.
Is that any better?
Yes, we have you now.
Okay. My headset decided not to work. Sorry about that. Okay. Very happy to share with you today an update on Happy Woodland Pet Cemetery. Back at budget time during capital budget discussions, it was requested to have a follow-up and an update because it's been a while since we've been before council with an update on this project. So appropriately, we wanted to share with you an update on the status. So as you can see, a few images from the site. These were taken this year. We were out doing some restoration in the fall, and I certainly would like to thank at this point the volunteers and the committee of support that we've had come out from staff and some volunteers, as well as the restoration company that continues to come out annually with us to work on this project. We usually go out 2 different times a year, once in the spring and once in the fall. And I'm happy to report as of this year's restoration work, we're now upwards of over 800 stones. So this project continues to grow. As noted in the report, the site is approximately 2,400 square meters. And with that site, there are approximately, we've divided it up into 24 grids in order to manage it. And those stones that I've noted are within that. At this point, I'd ask to go to the next slide just to give a bit of a high level summary or viewpoint of the site itself. As you can see on this aerial view, and this map shared with it, I've pulled this from York Maps, York Regions map system. And you can identify, you can see the little square at the bottom of the slide here of the pet cemetery. So as noted, it is surrounded by 3 sides by private property. In behind that, sort of off of that triangle area, is town-owned lands, but the larger parcel that has sort of the barren area in the middle is a private land. In order to gain access to do our restoration work, we've fortunately had the cooperation of the private property owner to gain access through their property. It was much easier to go through theirs versus to go through the woodland. However, the future plan for the pet cemetery is to access it through that woodland area by the creation of a trail plan. The trail plan is proposed approximately 2024, yet to be funded, but that is on the 10-year capital plan for a proposal for a trail there. If I can go to the next slide, I just would like to summarize some of the work that we are doing and planning for 2022 and 23 and subsequently 24, hoping to align with the plan and timing of the trail construction. So this year, our focus will be doing some survey work of the site. And what we mean by that is literally ground penetration, looking at doing some burial mappings. We have gone along over this past time in probing and identifying just by sticks under the ground and poking and finding the stones and digging them up. We're now at a stage where we just need to make sure we haven't missed any. Subsequently, we want to bring in a survey company to assist and confirm that information. We also visibly this year have observed a few stones that are outside the town and the pet cemetery's property line, just outside. But being that that is just outside, we want to make sure that we're not missing something, that the boundary or the property lines are not broader than we have identified. It may be a factor that what we're visibly seeing as a stone that was just moved there. It wasn't intentionally put there, it was moved there. So we want to just do some surveying work this year to verify and find those stones that we just haven't pulled up yet. Additional, this work will be a continuation of restoration of the internal pathways. Unfortunately, I can share with you a little video at the end of this to demonstrate the pathways I'm speaking of, but just to give a bit of a historical context of how that site would have been used and people would have meandered through the property. These little trail pathways, we just want to restore how they actually looked and were utilized in the past. So that's important for us. And every year we do debris removal, meaning that there are many times fallen trees, tree branches that need to be removed. So our team, parks teams come in and assist us in removing that, as well as annually to go in and just pull back and remove some general ground growth, green ground growth or spurge to make sure that the stones are visible. As well, and subsequently into 23, we would continue with that cleaning and restoration of the stones. But as well, we want to look at now at designing an entrance. As noted in the previous map, the pet cemetery would be adjacent to the trail plan. We want to identify and create a bit of a design to give it a proper feature of an entrance feature to a pet cemetery. And with that, again, continuation of restoration and debris removal. In 24, construction and the entrance feature aligned with the trail. We want to actually construct that at that time in coordination with the trail plan. The programming, as noted, it's ongoing and it's been since the beginning, collection of all the names and datas and details in order to create that historical context. It is important for us to retrieve this information and do those subsequent the research on all the plots to understand the history behind the pet cemetery and the celebration and information that we can find. That will feed into a designation if the town chooses to identify a designation opportunity, which also was mentioned in the report today. We obviously also want to have a work done on how the site will be promoted or communicated going forward. Right now, I will say the focus right now is to keep the public out. It is closed to the public. The only way to get to it is by trespassing through a private property and or through the deeply wooded lot that is the town lands at the back. We are encouraging people to not go through the property in case they happen to move or bump stones. So for us, our importance for us is to try to maintain and preserve a bit of that privacy of that site until we're ready to bring it open and opening it up to the public. I'll go to the next slide if we can, please. So as a measure of precaution to try to mitigate some potential movement of stones or damage of stones, there's a couple items that we are considering. One we've implemented already is the wireless monitoring cameras. We've installed these on trees aiming at our site, monitoring the site and observing any movement or change. If there's people going through possibly being mischievous, we may be able to capture that on camera. But most importantly, if stones have been moved, we obviously have an ability to know where it's been moved to or from. That's an opportunity for us to replace them and put them back where they deserve to be. The cameras, I'll tell you, have already captured some friendly coyotes as they walk through the site, visiting their ancestors. And we've also seen public and people trespassing through the property. They're obviously meandering their way through the wooded lotted area. So far, no mischievous behavior, but they are walking through the site. This year, the focus again is identifying and determining the proper boundary of the site. There has been some discussion regarding installing a temporary fence. And as noted in the report, we're cautious of that, although it is an option. It would potentially keep some people out, but if people are motivated, they'll still want to they'll clamber over the temporary fence. Our other concern or risk of the temporary fence is in order on this meandering landscape, we will have to secure it to the ground in some way by staking it in the ground. And we are worried that we will stake it into stones that have been undiscovered thus far. Wow. Subsequently, with temporary fencing, we are concerned that they may fall and that too could cause damage on stones. So we're a little cautious about the temporary fencing scenario. Our goal as staff would be to identify the perimeter properly this year, understand formally what the boundary is, and design and come back with a 2023 capital plan for a permanent fence. Subsequently, again, the recommendation on tonight's report. And again, all of this was the goal to align it with the trail plan, provide public access to it when the time is right, and celebrate it as a historic site if we can, marketing wise, promoting wise, that it exists. It's quite unique for Aurora. And I would like to go to the next slide if I can, please. And just quickly, this is a glance at what we would be as an example, some examples of some fencing that has been considered. There's variations from chain link to the board form fence to wrought iron. So just for the purposes of interest today, wrought iron, we've estimated at approximately $62,000. That's sort of on the highest end, wrought iron being the higher end. We had this style that's on this screen isn't necessarily what we would propose as an iron fence, but iron fences are often utilized to surround and border a cemetery. Fences tend to be more about identifying, delineating boundaries versus security in this case. It's just delineating that property boundary. Alternatively, on the slide as noted, a temporary fence, if we were to install it, we've done a bit of an estimate on that, which would approximately cost about $1,100 a month to install a temporary fence until a permanent can be installed. We can go to the next slide. And this is just a high level, again, noted in the report, some opportunities for consideration for this site from designated it in some way as a historic recognition. There are obviously three options, whether it's a local heritage designation, or there's the Ontario Heritage Easement, or the National Historic Site designation, all of which would require confirmation of the criteria to ensure it meets those requirements, some of which take a lot longer than others. National Historic Site can take upwards of 2 years. But that being said, today in the report summarizes our options. If recommendation by council is passed tonight, we would have a follow-up report come back to you from the planning or heritage planner with regards to the options and what one would make the most sense for this site. And then lastly, a slide to share, if I may. I think it's a little video that was collected from this year. I think it's about 2 minutes, so please bear with me, but it is certainly a special treat.
So we come into cemeteries, we take monuments apart, we reinstall foundation systems underneath them and bring them back to straight and level. There's a process that you use when you're rebuilding these, and you try to dig to the core, clean it all out, and rebuild the cairn as much as you can, taking out as much of the old materials as you can.
But this year the goal was to investigate specifically these sites, A6 and A5, which we knew had overlapping and bunched up stones. They've all just been pulled up at this point to identify what they are and where they lie, and what's going to happen with them is if they'll be moved or reinterpreted in some fashion that makes them more appropriate to the site.
Beyond thinking about the stones and the animals that have been buried here, the paths in the actual cemetery are important because it gives you a sense of how people would have experienced, of course, the cemetery. We know that there was the initial path, we think that was heading up to the cairn, but where these paths meandered to and from, what was the flow like?
There are a handful of stones that are south-facing instead of north-facing that face the path. And the thought was that if there's stones facing the path, there may be further stones behind them that are doing the same thing.
So I have the guys working on finding more pathways.
A lot of it was just buried, but as they're doing their probing techniques, they're getting tinks or they're feeling things that the rods are not going through. They put a flag on it, they document it, we come along behind them and we dig.
from a museum perspective, is making sure that things are done to museum standards so that we could eventually, hopefully, get a national designation for the site.
So there's a lot of things on the horizon that will come in the next couple of years.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. McDougall. That was great. Just to summarize, what we're putting on the floor is that it's to report to receive, and staff be directed to pursue historic recognition options for the Pet Cemetery site, and staff be directed to include a new capital project in the 2023 budget for council's consideration for the construction of permanent fencing around the Pet Cemetery. So tonight we're not choosing any fencing. This is just simply by putting it on the budget for 2023, although we've had some examples in the slides today. So I just wanted to make that clear tonight. Can I get a motion to put this on the floor? Councillor Humphreys, second by Councillor Gallo. Any comments or questions? Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say thank you very much, Ms. McDougall and your team of exceptional work. I still think this is incredibly special, and really looking forward to this becoming, especially as I know it will be. Just a quick question. There's an ask here for sure to include in the 2023 budget. Absolutely. In terms of a temporary protection, you mentioned that there has been some changes and things, or people trespassing. Is there an opportunity at this point tonight to make a decision for some temporary fencing? I think there was a $1,200 some odd a month. Can we make that through, Madam Chair, that decision this evening? I just want less disruption as possible as we build up to. So if you would mind your thoughts.
I think you'd probably have to make an amendment. Oh, add it to the main motion. So are you wanting to make an amendment now, or did you want to just?
I'd love to make an amendment, but maybe I'd like to hear around the table first, unless I'm the only one who has comments this evening on this one. But maybe I'd like to hear from Ms. McDougall as well on her perspective for temporary fencing. It's mentioned, but what's the value? Is it really going to eliminate, further risk?
Perfect. Ms. McDougall, did you want to comment?
Thank you, through Madam Chair. Certainly the temporary fence is an option, and I think we could consider it right from basic snow fencing to the construction form fencing. But as noted, we do have concerns as staff about the installation of the temporary fence. A fence by this way would, obviously the goal would be to keep people out. I think that was what the intention of a fencing is. We feel a fencing, if people are motivated, they'll get in, they will find their way. The other risk we feel as staff we're concerned about is that we still have to do that surveying underground to verify. And we happen to be where we really want to do the surveying is around the border of the property. We feel that we need to make sure we're not missing any stones, and we're fearful of the installation of a temporary fence to secure it the best we can to hope that it doesn't fall over. We do need to stake it in the ground, and we are worried that those stakes will hit stones we haven't found yet. The other factor about the temporary fencing, as we know, construction fencing gets blown over at time. We'll have to go and lift it. But my bigger fear is that it may hit stones and damage stones. Okay. So staff feel that the risks are greater than what I'll call it the reward or the benefit of the fence. Certainly we can do our best by delineating with ribbons or boundaries, give people the sense to stay around it and walk around it versus walk through. But I also feel the cameras are a bit of a deterrent because they will see the signs, they'll know they're now on camera. I think that too could be a benefit. I'm really hoping that this is the last year that we're without the boundary, and ultimately next year we can see a permanent fence go in. That is my goal. So at this point, staff would not recommend a temporary fence. That's our position. But
thank you very much, Madam. Thank you very much, Ms. McDougall. I appreciate that, and I will take your lead on that, and hopefully we'll keep damage to a minimum. I'm looking forward to seeing this come to fruition. Looks like we're really getting there, and looking forward to seeing a lovely fence. And I prefer the wrought iron. I know it's much more expensive, but it's a pretty special place. And I think it'll be quite an attraction in the future. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to leave as is. I'm not going to add any motion or change a motion here. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Humphries. I believe, Mr. Clerk, I need to add a motion to extend. May I get a motion to extend to 11? Perfect. Councillor Humphries, Councillor Kim, all those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Perfect. Any other questions or comments, Councillor Humphries, before we move on? Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Gartner?
Thank you. Well, this certainly is a good news story. And I'd like to thank David Hurd, because he brought this to our attention. I don't know how many years ago it is. And I think it's just fantastic, the work that's been done. And I'd like to know if the dog called Pickles liked to eat pickles. But it's wonderful. And we know how much people value their pets. I guess I do have a question. Has anybody come forward to say that it's their pet that's in the cemetery?
Ms. McDougall?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've had, interestingly, a few little connections where people have identified that they know their parents had their pets, and their pets were buried, but I can't tie the connection just yet, but which ones they were referring to. But ultimately, yes, there is a connection to Aurora, and there's definitely people who have lived here or resided here and remember their parents' pets at the time that have been buried there. It's 50 years of duration from the first burial to what we can at this point find that the latest date being 1978. So it's phenomenal. It's really unique place to be. So
thank you very much for your work on this.
Well, it's more the team, not me. I've been
well,
happy to report
thank
it.
everybody then, because it's a good news story.
Thank you, Councillor Gartner. Anybody else for the first time before I go to Councillor Humphries? All right, Councillor Humphries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry for adding just a little bit of information. So yes, the Humphries or the Wood family knew about this, and it was called the Kennel, I believe. And thank you to David Hurd. He did bring this to our attention. And I remember our first year on council in 2010, we went for a tour, and it's incredible. So it's a lot of work to get where we are. I'm sure it's huge, almost labor of love. And I really believe that staff is going to really come through to bring this to fruition. And it's interesting. My mother-in-law does remember that very well. And pets would go there, and obviously for all kinds of things, it was a kennel to leave your pets there. But it truly is something that I think the historians in Aurora would love, and people that are living here and outside. I think it's going to be really a great opportunity for a little bit of economic development in terms of attracting outside people to our wonderful town. Thank you again.
Thank you, Councillor Humphries. Councillor Gartner, do you have your hand up again, or is that from last time?
That's from last time, sorry.
Okay, no worries. Any other questions or comments? No? Okay, I just have a couple. I'm really excited about this project. I really think there's a lot of great opportunity for storytelling, not necessarily just about the pet, but the people who own the pets as well. And I know resident Corey Clark had mentioned how great some of the history is with the people who actually own them, and it's very valuable. And we all know David Hurd as well is a great storyteller in our town. So there's definitely some great opportunity that we can showcase. So I'm really excited about what staff will bring forward at the next stages. Okay, well, if there's no further comments, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, so we are at 9.5 CS22-007 Town of Aurora Multi-Year Accessibility Plan for 2022 and 2022-2026. that report number C2220007 be received, and that council endorse the new Town of Aurora multi-year accessibility plan of 2022 to 26. May I have a motion to put this on the floor? Mayor Marakis, second by Councillor Humphreys. Any comments or questions to the plan? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Gallo. Stuck in there.
It's not a question, it's just a comment. I hope you allow it. It's just I don't probably do this enough, but I wanted to just a shout out to Matthew, our accessibility advisor, and what a fantastic employee. It's not a question to you, it's just to let everyone know how thrilled I am that you're on staff and the amount of work that you do and the dedication and the thoroughness and the it's just amazing sitting on that committee. You do a fantastic job and have moved this forward. Just a huge thank you and congratulations.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Councillor Gartner.
Thank you. I just want to echo Councillor Gallo's comments. It's a lot of work and it's very important work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gartner. Any other comments or questions? Okay, well, I do have one. I immediately thought, oh, does Mr. Zawando want to speak to this, because it is a big report. Having sat on the accessibility committee as well, I know you worked very hard at collaborating with the team and making sure that you are condensing this list for this plan moving forward. Matt, did you have any comments that you wanted to say in regards to this report? I kind of want to let you have a little bit of the limelight here, because this was kind of your baby.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thanks for the opportunity. I stayed up quite a bit to have an opportunity to chat with you guys tonight. So yeah, that would be fantastic. So thank you. For those of you that are familiar with the previous plan from 2018 to 2024, as Madam Chair mentioned, we did focus on actually condensing the plan quite a bit to make it a little bit more legible for individuals that are trying to see what the plan is really going towards. The previous plan was, I think it was approximately 75 pages. So it was quite lengthy for individuals to read through and really get an idea of what the accessibility plan is working on. So we stripped a lot of it back in order to make it a little bit easier for individuals to really see what the 5 standards of the AODA are and what we are going to be focusing on over the next 4 years. We also kind of brought the plan back. Like I said, the previous plan was from 2018 over to 2024, so it was a 6-year term. The AODA requires for us to actually update the plan on an every 5-year basis. And so we decided as a committee to actually have that aligned closer to the terms of both council and the committee members that are going to be working on the Accessibility Advisory Committee. And so that's why we kind of brought the plan in a little bit earlier than expected. And so now it'll align a little bit closer to each of the terms that the Accessibility Advisory Committee will be working on this. And I think it's a really good opportunity for the committees themselves to really see their goals and their outcomes come through during their terms. So they have an opportunity to see those achievements come through. And as a staff member, obviously, I very thoroughly enjoy working with them and ensuring that their goals are achieved. We do have a lot of work ahead of us. For those of you that had the opportunity to read through the report, the information communication standard is something I've been highlighting to council on an annual basis pretty much. And so this is a standard that most municipalities are really kind of working towards with the province and trying to have them really update what the expectations are in terms of technical standards. For those of you that aren't too familiar with it, it's in regards to our website and the web content that we host on there. So that would be our PDFs, so agendas, minutes that we kind of see through council, any of the videos that we're posting, and then obviously the coding that goes behind our website. So this is definitely an area of struggle for ourselves as the town of Aurora and many of the municipalities around us. So that was really the one point that I really wanted to bring to your attention. I think that's going to be a motion that's coming in front of council over the next couple of years in terms of how we want to properly allocate our resources towards achieving compliance with this standard, as it is quite pricey to use vendors in order to do it. And then the alternative is obviously looking at in-house resources for staff members to achieve this. But again, it's quite a strain in terms of resources to ensure that we're able to achieve this compliance expectation from the province of Ontario. So that would be it for my comments. And then obviously, if you guys have any questions on top of that, I'm more than happy to answer that.
Thanks so much, Matt. I did have one question, if you don't mind. I know that when I was on the committee, we were trying so hard to do site visits at a lot of town facilities, and then COVID hit, and it kind of made it really difficult to get out to make those assessments. And we were really excited to have that hands-on approach. Were you able to do any of that during the stage lifting at all? Was that somewhat successful?
So in terms of physical site visits, the committee, it's a little bit easier for them to actually go. I think I spoke to it at our last presentation in 2021, but we decided to actually use virtual touring. So I was going physically to all the sites and providing video content for the Accessibility Advisory Committee. So we did go through all the facilities. In terms of our committee members, it's easier for the majority of them to actually be able to get a walkthrough through our video content versus them actually physically coming out to some of these sites. So we did it virtually, and that was a little bit easier. It seems like the committee is happy with that approach, but in the future, as kind of COVID restrictions decide to kind of pull back as we start to reopen, more than happy to take them on physical site visits, but the videos did work very well. And so what we were basically doing was we would video the content, and then I had an opportunity to actually do a voiceover on the tour that we were providing, giving them indications as to a couple of things as I was inspecting the building, what we could work on in the future. And then obviously they had an opportunity to provide their comments in the Accessibility Advisory Committee meeting in terms of what additional things they would like to see added on to future plans and what other goals they'd like to see for those particular site visits.
Great, thanks so much, appreciate it. Any other comments or questions to Matt or, Councillor Gardner?
Matt, many years ago, I suggested that committee members could, instead of being in person, if they weren't feeling well or if there were transportation or weather issues, whether that there would be they would be allowed to join in on video, and that was denied for some reason. It might have been because they had to be in person, but with our use of Zoom and everything we've learned, is there a possibility that if a committee member is not able to physically come, that they could join and vote online as we do?
I think through you, Madam Chair, I think our intention is to keep the Accessibility Advisory Committee working online. It significantly reduces risk for individuals having to come to the facilities. And to your point, in terms of transportation, weather, and all of those pieces, it most definitely does improve the ability for committee members to have high attendance. I've been amazed with the attendance that we've had over the last 4 years, where we pretty much, I don't think we've had one meeting that was, I think we had one actually a couple of months ago, so I had to bite my tongue on that piece. But yeah, it's worked quite well. And from my conversations with the clerk's team, it looks like we will be moving towards keeping the opportunity virtual. And if there is a way to kind of create something hybrid, fantastic. But I definitely do want to keep a virtual option for the committee members, as it does greatly benefit those that do have difficulty being able to come into our facilities.
Oh, that's excellent news. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Gardner. For your work. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, so number 10, notices of motions, no new ones this week. So we'll have, I guess, one next week to address. And we have the regional report for York Region. Anybody have any questions or comments on the regional report? Or do I have to put that on the floor? May I have a motion to put the regional report on the floor? Councillor Thompson, Councillor Gardner. Anybody have any questions or comments? No? Okay, I just have one. I did notice, so the constituents could take a look at the report, but there were a number of streets on Wellington Street / Aurora Road where there was a bunch of speed reductions. And so you might want to at least be keen to check that out, moving from 70 kilometers to 60 kilometers in various areas, and just to be mindful of those changes. All right, no additional comments. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, so I guess that brings us to adjournment. Can I get a motion to, oh, what do we have? Is there another page? Oh, sorry, I had another page here that was new business. Okay, so I shall start with Councillor Thompson. Any new business? Councillor Thompson?
I know it was mentioned earlier when the delegate was before us. I think just to ask staff to bring back a report on the item so that we have all the information if all members of council are comfortable with that. So I'll put a motion on the floor that staff report back based on the first delegate, his request for the tree replacement.
Okay, can I get a seconder for that? Councillor Gartner? Any questions or comments? Councillor Humphreys?
Just wondered if staff, anyone on staff in the meeting this evening can comment on that, if they will reach out for the resident, and have we done something like that before? Is it a potential positive outcome? There he is.
Mr. Downey?
Good evening, members of council. So through you, Madam Chair, yes, we have been in contact with the resident, at least my staff has. The process is that they contact staff, Mr. Bryant, and he goes and evaluates the tree. The tree is a healthy tree. He then prepares a tree removal report for my signature, and the tree is healthy. There is no reason to remove it, and I denied the request for the tree removal. So it was done through director's administrative responsibility. Just to inform council, there are 17 other crabapple trees on Willis Drive, and there are 210 within town. So if this request is granted, my concern is that the next request will come in and we could potentially have a number of crab apples removed from the boulevard. The other issue that the delegate raised was that they were willing to contribute towards another tree. As much as we appreciate that, that's great. However, it's not required. And he did mention that he wanted permission to remove the tree. I want to emphasize the tree is planted on town property. They are not allowed to prune or remove that tree, and they are not allowed to plant additional or any tree on the boulevard. That is a town responsibility. So we have been in discussions. This has been a long-standing practice within the department that we go out, have discussions with the resident, do an evaluation, and then a determination of whether or not we agree or not agree with the removal of the tree. And it has been my practice in the past, and I will continue in the future, that if it's a healthy tree, we do not cut down healthy trees because the resident who happens to have their home adjacent to that tree has some concerns with it, whether it has issues with fruit, or they don't happen to like the shape of the tree, or whatever else it is. We have a variety of different issues come up throughout the year, and as long as the tree is healthy and it's not creating any structural issues, we do not recommend removal.
Councillor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't expect that. That was lots of information, but perhaps we'll also get an email and follow up afterwards. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else have any questions or comments? Councillor Thompson?
Thank you. And I certainly fully appreciate Mr. Downey's response, but I just want to be consistent. We've typically just asked for the report, and even if that report is just a copy of what he said tonight, I'd still like to go forward and get that report.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. No other comments or questions? Just myself, I know I did ask about this in detail prior to tonight, and I do share some Mr. Downey's concerns about just precedents that it will set It is on town property. I mean, I have a walnut tree. These things happen. And I certainly wouldn't want to start setting the precedence because it's a healthy tree and you just don't like it. You know, unfortunately, purchased the house knowing that tree's there. If there was something wrong with the tree and it was dying and it was dead, I think most municipalities will come out and they will replace it. But that's just, you know, how I feel at the end of the day. If the will of council wants to get the report back, by all means. But those are just my comments. So I'll ask for a vote. All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Okay, so back to new business. I'll go to Councillor Gallo.
Thank you. Just a few. Through you two, I'm not sure who. The province has just recently announced that they're going to be removing the mandatory vaccine policies as of March 1st, and I'm wondering if staff has had an opportunity to explore that and whether or not we will be following suit on our facilities.
Mr. CAO or Nadarosny?
Through you, Madam Chair. We are aware, of course, of the Premier's announcement, and we are awaiting the regulations. That is the second phase. That doesn't take effect immediately. The first phase of this is the reduction of, or the increase in limits for all of the various venues. So we will be waiting for the regs, and then we will be considering all the information and coming forward with a go forward position.
Councillor?
Thank you. Just through you. So do you anticipate when the regulations will be out and will be in time for March 1st to make a decision?
Mr. Nadarosny?
Through you, Madam Chair. There's no guessing of the province has been all over the map when it comes to regulations. We've had regulations as late as 11 o'clock at night before they're due to come in place. But I would suspect that this one will probably be sooner. It seems to be less detailed and not as much. It seems like there's not going to be as much gray area. So we're hoping to get confirmation of that in lots of time before March 1st.
Councillor?
And will that be a staff decision or will it be coming to council?
Mr. Nadarosny?
Through you, Madam Chair, any adjustment to our policy would normally be a staff position, but we will certainly inform council. And if council wanted to weigh in on the matter, we would certainly take that direction.
Councillor?
Thank you. And just on the same, in terms of, I think we're currently still in, I don't know if state of emergency is the right term, but whatever the term is there an intent to remove that? Are we getting a report on any decisions that were made under that? I assume we still are, which is odd because we're meeting regularly, but just an update on that.
Mayor Maracas, I understand you would like to comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, no, we are not in a state of emergency. I actually removed, as head of council, I've removed the state of emergency actually quite a long time ago. We are one of the municipalities, along with Stouffville, Markham, that are not in a state of emergency in York Region.
Councillor?
And I must have missed that. That's good to hear. And just if someone on staff could at some point send the delegated authority bylaw to me, I'd like to just review it. And just on a side note, in terms of the planning application on John Westway and Wellington, just to remind everyone, may or may not remember, when the Home Depot came to town, I was heavily involved in that, and we actually asked council, and council agreed to actually complete the site plan approval process prior to actually implementing the I think it was an official plan, but zoning bylaw. We kind of put the cart before the horse to get all those details out in front and ironed out before council actually approved the zoning. So there's plenty of examples of that that went around. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Councillor Gartner.
Thank you. I heard from some residents, some angry residents who were came to council about the tannery property, and they signed up as interested parties, but they weren't notified when the issue went to the tribunal. So council did pass a motion on communicating with residents, just mentioning that to staff, because if we do have interested parties and we say we're going to inform them of something, then we absolutely need to follow through. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gartner. Councillor Kim? No. Councillor Humphreys? No. Mayor Maracas? New business? No. Okay, so let's move to some public service announcements. Mayor Maracas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just start off, I just got a couple. Obviously, it's the month of February. The town of Aurora is proud to continue celebrating culture, achievements, and contributions made by Black Canadians during Black History Month. If everyone can be sure to visit aurora.ca/Black History Month for more information, as well as you can register today for Paint and Writing Night hosted by the Aurora Black Community Association on February 18th. And on February 20th, watch the all-day screening of 9th Floor director Mina Shum's feature documentary, Reopening the File on the Watershed Moment in Canadian Race Relations, the infamous Sir George Williams riot. Also, for the month of February, actually, sorry, that's the wrong one. I'm just looking through this list. I don't want to extend us even longer. That's why I'm trying to, some of them are, if everyone can celebrate Family Day with a weekend full of adventures for the whole family during Aurora's Arctic Adventure, which is this Friday, February 18th to Monday, February 21 at Aurora Town Park. Pre-registration is required at this time and for some activities. So please visit aurora.ca/Arctic Adventure for more information, as well as our Aurora Economic Development Corporation is seeking additional board members. So on behalf of council, the AEDC provides strategic leadership and coordination of community economic development. Application deadline is Friday, March 4th, 2022 at 4:30 p.m. For more information and to apply, recommend any resident that or business owner that would like to apply, please visit aurora.ca/AEDC. And also, last one, nominate someone today for our 2022 Community Recognition Awards. It's coming up again. I know it comes up very quick every year. We are honoring the best of the best individuals, groups, or businesses that have contributed their time or talents to making Aurora the great place that it is to live. Nominations will be accepted until Friday, April 4th. And for more information on how to nominate someone and the process, please visit aurora.ca/CRA. And that is it, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayor Maracas. Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Kim? No. Councillor Gartner? Public service announcements?
Thank you. My favorite host on CBC Radio, Jill Dempsey, had Fiona Durant and the owner of Bookworms and Company on, and they had a great interview about the project to teach Black children to swim. And this bookstore, it was mentioned about 4 times in the interview, and also their website. So it was great PR for Black History Month. It was great PR for the town of Aurora.
Thank you, Councillor Gartner. It's good to hear. Councillor Gallo, public service announcements?
Just one quick one. At Queen's Diamond Jubilee Park, kitty corner to Town Hall, there's a new sign out there regarding Black History Month. And on Sunday, there's going to be a skate. So if anyone is interested, bring your skates and come enjoy the skating rink there and celebrate Black History Month.
Thank you, Councillor Gallo. Councillor Thompson? No. Okay, so I have just a couple things to announce. On Saturday, February 19th at 11 a.m., the Optimist will be kicking off their Fill the Freezer fundraiser in front of No Frills Aurora. It's a collaboration between the Optimist, the Food Pantry, and No Frills, organized by the Optimist. So for some people that might not know, the Aurora Pantry was able to obtain a freezer, so donations could be beyond your dry goods. So it's a great thing. So No Frills will also be celebrating their first year anniversary. There's going to be a ribbon cutting. I believe the mayor is going to be there as well. And they'll be donating $1,000 in frozen food to the pantry. And also be announcing that No Frills will also be doing a week at the register. Donations that will also go to the pantry. So this is a great time to donate as much as we can. I know that families are feeling the crunch, especially with the inflation and, maybe some jobs, whatever. But we need to support one another in our community. In addition to that, I just wanted to point out as well that another resident is going to be holding a food drive on Monday, the 21st at the Arctic Adventure Town Park. So on Monday between 10:30 and 2:30, collecting dry goods as well, all for the same great cause. So please enjoy yourself with your family there. And if you can, bring a few items along to help another family for Family Day. That would be great. Other than that, I see that Mayor Maracas also would like to say another word. So I shall pass it to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to, this one was last minute because I forgot about it. So Saturday, February 19th, actually the Aurora Tigers Junior A team is playing the game of the week. They're being featured on CHDH. And so any Aurora Minor Hockey Association player that shows up with their jersey on will be allowed in for free. Obviously, there is a capacity limit of 500. So obviously, we would like to see the arena full. So it would be great. And it's a great opportunity for all the young kids to be able to get out and watch a junior A game. I think it'd be a great opportunity for family to get out. And also there will be a prize. They want people to write some signs. So whoever wins the best sign will receive an iPhone. So that's out there as well. So I can probably already see some counselors might show up with some signs. Maybe might want to get a new iPhone, so that's going to be going on. So that is at 2:30 p.m. and obviously that's at the ACC. So it's going to be a great time, and I'm looking forward to seeing a lot of people out there. And also, just quickly, Sunday. This is not in Aurora, but it is in Newmarket. But it is the Central York Girls Hockey Association. They are doing their She Shoots, She Saves opening kickoff. Actually, Mayor Taylor and myself will be out there opening up the day and shooting a puck into a net. Hopefully, I don't miss the net, but we'll see how that goes. But it's a great campaign to raise funds for defibrillators within our parks or in any other location that they decide to put it in. We do have one at Town Park, which is excellent, and they've done tremendous work. So just wanted to bring that to anyone's attention if they do want to show up at that, and that's at Newmarket Lions Park.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor Maracas. And just to kind of continue on the Optimist, just because I am an optimist, so of course I want to tout them a little bit, and I'm really proud of them for getting this going with the food truck, but just on the event as well. We actually are going to be serving food there as well, and hot chocolate, which I don't think we've been able to do at any of the events prior to that with Arctic Adventure or anything. So just wanted to throw that out there to let people know and families know that they will have that there as a resource to get themselves some food. Without further ado, I guess we are, I guess there's no closed session for this, so we're good. And the last thing we can do is adjourn. So may I have a motion to adjourn? Councillor Humphreys, Councillor Gallo, all those in favor? Opposed?